Have you ever considered how a single moment of hesitation can change the course of an entire civilization? Picture a deep, subterranean hall, illuminated not by torchlight, but by the soft, golden glow emanating from a colossal brass heart. The air hums with a latent power, a silent song waiting for its first note. And before this divine mechanism stands one man, his hand poised over a sacred rune, the weight of his entire race resting on his fingertips. This is the moment we explore today, the birth of a clockwork faith that would shape the minds of the ancient Dwemer. It's a tale not just of gods and gears, but of belief itself, forged in brass and tested by fire. Wherever you are in the world right now, and whatever hour your clock shows as you join us for this journey, we'd love to know. Drop a comment below and tell us where you're listening from and what time it is there. It's always fascinating to see how our community spans the globe, united by a curiosity for the stories hidden deep within history. That single, breathless moment of decision for Master Tonal Architect Kagrenac was more than a technical procedure. It was the point where faith met physics. The brass god's heart was not merely a machine, it was a promise of unity, a device that could weave the individual consciousness of every Dwemer into a harmonious, collective whole. But such a profound connection came with an unimaginable risk. To activate it was to gamble their very souls. Would it bring the enlightenment and purpose they so desperately sought, or would it shatter their fragile society, leaving them as scattered and dissonant as the echoes in a ruined hall? The future of his people hung in that delicate balance, a future where belief would have to be made manifest through action, and where sacrifice would become the currency of progress. This is the story of how a society of brilliant engineers and philosophers attempted to build paradise, not with bricks and mortar, but with resonance and reason. We will witness the rise of a faith so intricate and precise it could be calibrated like a master timepiece, and the incredible conflicts that arose when perfect order met the beautiful, unpredictable chaos of individual will. From the first unifying resonance to the final, world-shaping solidification of their reality, this is a saga of ambition, doubt, and the enduring human, or rather, Dwemer, quest for meaning. So, settle in as we delve into the depths of time to uncover how a clockwork faith shaped the minds of the Dwemer, a tale where every gear has a purpose and every chime carries the weight of a soul. The instant Cagrinac's hand made contact with the final, glowing rune, the chamber did not explode with light or sound. Instead, a deep, foundational hum began, a vibration that was felt more than heard, traveling up through the stone floor and into the very bones of every Dwemer present. This was not merely the activation of a machine, it was the awakening of a god, the boundless energy of the heart of Lorcan, a star's heart, captured and contained, now flowed through the intricately crafted brass conduits of the Numidium. Cagrinac and his apprentices moved with a frantic, precise choreography, their tools making microscopic adjustments to the resonating chambers, their actions a silent prayer to the principles of tonal architecture. It was a symphony of physical and metaphysical engineering, where every turn of a gear was a note in a song of creation. Then, the first true resonance bloomed. It began at the heart chamber and expanded outward in a silent, invisible wave, washing over the entire subterranean capital. the effect was immediate and profound. The constant, low-grade murmur of 1,000 individual thoughts, worries, and arguments that always filled the city simply ceased. In its place was a singular, shared sensation of awe and clarity. A craftsman who had been struggling with a complex joint suddenly understood the solution not as his own idea, but as a truth that had always existed. A philosopher grappling with an ethical dilemma found the answer appearing in her mind, clear and self-evident. For a glorious, breathless moment, the Dwemer were not a collection of individuals, but a single, harmonious mind, united in purpose and vision. This artificial consensus, however, was not absolute. On the periphery of the collective awareness, a dissonant note persisted. Lord Dram, a high-ranking noble whose family traced its lineage back to the first cave delvers, felt the unifying frequency not as enlightenment, but as a violation. He experienced it as a soothing, yet undeniable pressure against his own will, a gentle but firm hand guiding his thoughts toward the collective whole. To him, this was not unity. It was conformity enforced by divine machinery. He gathered a small group of like-minded traditionalists, those who prized their hard-won individual intellect above all else, and their shared resistance began to form a pocket of discontent, a subtle crack in the beautiful, fragile unity Cagrinac had wrought. Now, the architect of this new world faced his first critical decision. The harmonic field was stable, but delicate. The descent led by Lord Dram was a potential flaw in the resonance, a seed of chaos that could, if left unchecked, grow and destabilize the entire network. Cagrinac could use the power of the heart to amplify the unifying frequency, to gently but firmly overwhelm the traditionalists' resistance and absorb their consciousness into the whole. It would be a simple, clean solution, guaranteeing the stability of his great work, but to do so would be to admit that his faith in a voluntary, enlightened unity was flawed. That force was a necessary component. The alternative was to engage Lord Dram in debate, to try to persuade him through reason. This path honored the individual will, but carried immense risk. A public debate would give the dissent a platform, potentially encouraging others to break away from the consensus and threatening a fracture that could escalate into open conflict. The stability of their entire civilization, a society now psychically interlinked, hung in the balance. A civil war fought not with swords, but with conflicting resonances, could tear their collective mind apart. As the first whispers of this ideological resistance began to crystallize into a coherent opposition, Cagrinac knew he could not ignore it. His gaze was drawn upward, through the layers of rock and metal, toward the city's central spire, the great amplifier from which the unifying frequency was broadcast. The solution, he sensed, lay not in suppressing the dissonance from a distance, but in mastering the source of the harmony itself. Leaving the profound silence of the heart chamber behind, Cagrinac began the long ascent up the central spire, a needle of burnished brass and obsidian that pierced the cavern's ceiling. Each step on the spiraling staircase was a movement away from the theoretical and into the practical application of his faith. The spire was not just a structure, it was the primary instrument of their new reality, housing the great horns that would project the tonal frequency across every street and home. His personal presence was required. This was no task for an apprentice. The calibration of these massive, trumpet-like apertures demanded a sensitivity that only the Master Architect himself possessed. He needed to feel the resonance as it was born, to fine-tune its passage through the final amplifiers with his own hands, ensuring the signal that reached his people was pure and undistorted. Reaching the summit chamber was like entering the inside of a colossal musical instrument. The air thrummed with potential energy. All around him, the curved walls were embedded with intricate gear assemblies and crystalline focusing lenses, all leading to the open ends of the horns that projected out over the city. Cagrinac moved to the central console, a panel of polished stone, inlaid with glowing runes and calibrated dials. His fingers danced across the controls, his eyes closed in concentration as he listened not with his ears, but with his mind to the subtle harmonics of the system. With a series of precise adjustments, he began the amplification process. The deep hum that had been a foundation now swelled into a palpable force. The consequences of this increased power were immediate and visible. Down in the city below, the very environment began to respond. Metal surfaces, from the grand statues of ancient thinkers to the simple hinges on a citizen's door, started to vibrate with a soft, energetic hum. Intricate clockwork designs etched into the walls, previously static decorations, began to animate. Gears the size of a thumbnail turned slowly. Pistons slid in and out in a silent, rhythmic dance. It was as if the city itself was waking up, its brass bones and metal sinews coming to life under the influence of this amplified song of unity. The world was becoming more ordered, more beautiful, more alive with purpose. But this beautiful order was about to meet a wave of deliberate chaos. As the resonance reached its peak intensity, a new sound, or rather, an anti-sound, began to rise from the base of the spire. Lord Dram and his followers had arrived. They did not carry weapons. Their protest was their voices. Standing in a circle, they began a low, rhythmic chant, a deliberate counter-frequency born from their belief in individual sovereignty. This was not mere shouting. It was a calculated act of sonic rebellion. Their combined will, focused through this ancient form of dissent, created disruptive interference patterns that lapped against the spire like waves against a cliff. In the psychic landscape of the city, the effect was jarring. For those citizens fully immersed in the harmonic unity, it felt like a sudden, sharp static in their minds, a moment of confusion and doubt. In the spire's control chamber, Cagrinac felt the disruption as a physical tremor in the console beneath his fingers. The harmonious waveform on a nearby scrying crystal flickered, showing jagged, dissonant lines cutting through the smooth pattern. He looked down through an observation portal and saw the small but determined group led by Lord Dram. This was no longer a theoretical dissent discussed in quiet halls. This was a direct, public challenge to the very foundation of his work. He was faced with a choice that would define the moral character of his clockwork faith. One path was clear. The spire possessed enough power to simply overwhelm the protesters. He could increase the amplitude of the unifying frequency, projecting a wave of such compelling peace and clarity that it would wash away their individual resistance, absorbing their consciousness into the collective whole. It would be efficient and would restore perfect harmony in moments, but it would be an act of force, a violation of the very individual will he claimed his system was meant to enlighten, not erase. The alternative was far more difficult. He could attempt to engage them, to use the Spire's power not to crush their dissonance, but to answer it. He could try to weave their chant of defiance into the larger harmony, creating a more complex, layered resonance that acknowledged the value of dissent. This was the path of persuasion, but it was fraught with risk. If he failed, their disruptive pattern might not be absorbed, but amplified, creating a feedback loop that could permanently damage the harmonic field. The stakes could not be higher. Lord Dram's defiance was no longer just a philosophical disagreement. It was an active wound in the city's psychic fabric. If left unaddressed, this pocket of resistance could solidify into a permanent schism. The city would no longer be a unified mind, but a divided one, with zones of Cagrinac's ordered thought existing alongside pockets of chaotic, unshaped individuality. Such a fracture could lead to a society where walking from one district to another would be like stepping into a different world, a recipe for misunderstanding and eventual conflict. The stability of their entire civilization hinged on resolving this clash not with power, but with principle. As the disruptive echoes from the protest below continued to vibrate through the Spire's structure, Cagrinac realized that technical skill alone was insufficient. The answer to this crisis of faith would not be found in a higher setting on an amplifier. He needed wisdom. He needed to understand if such a conflict had ever arisen before. The disruptive noise forcing its way into his perfect system compelled him to look beyond the immediate moment, to seek guidance from the accumulated knowledge of his people. His thoughts turned away from the gleaming brass of the spire and towards the silent stone halls of the Grand Archives, the source of all Dwemer order. Turning his back on the shimmering dissonance at the spire's base, Cagrinac descended not into the city streets, but deeper into the mountain's roots, toward the one place that held answers older than his own ambition, the Grand Archive. This was not a library of books, but a cavernous mausoleum of knowledge, where light came from the soft, internal glow of countless memory crystals, each one a frozen moment of Dwemer thought and experience. The air was still and cool, smelling of ozone and ancient stone, a stark contrast to the living hum of his activated city above. Here, the only sound was the soft click of his boots on the polished floor as he moved past shelves that reached into the darkness, each crystal a potential key to his dilemma. He was seeking a precedent, a historical mirror for the crisis of consensus he now faced. Was Lord Dram's defiance a unique flaw, or was it an inevitable reaction to the very nature of enforced unity? The answer, he feared, was buried in the records of their ancestors' own attempts to build a perfect society. He went to the deepest, most secure vault, a chamber reserved for records deemed too dangerous or too disillusioning for general study. With a sequence of tonal keys that resonated with the vault's lock, the massive stone door slid open. Inside, on a single pedestal, rested a cluster of crystals darker than the others, their light a deep, ominous red. These were the archives of the first consensus, the original attempt at societal unification that predated his own work by centuries. Connecting his mind to the first crystal was like stepping into a ghost. He witnessed the triumph of that ancient unification, a wave of harmony that brought an end to generations of clan warfare. He saw the gleaming cities they built, the perfect order of their lives. But then, he saw the consequence. The recordings showed century upon century of flawless stability, but also a terrifying stillness, The same architectural designs were repeated without variation. The same philosophical debates were rehashed without new insight. The same songs were sung in the same way. Innovation had not just slowed, it had ceased. The society had become a beautiful, intricate clockwork display, mesmerizing to watch but going nowhere. The crystal revealed the core truth. Dissent, for all its disruptive chaos, was the essential grit in the oyster that produced the pearl of progress. It was the catalyst that forced new perspectives, that challenged entrenched ideas, and that ultimately drove evolution. Forced unity had created peace, but at the cost of their future. The weight of this revelation settled on Kagrenac's shoulders like a physical burden. His own faith, so carefully constructed around the principle of harmonic unity, was suddenly called into question. The beautiful resonance he had poured his life into creating was not the culmination of Dwemer potential, but potentially its coffin. The vision of his people, living in a state of perfect, shared understanding now seemed like a road to a glorious, but ultimately sterile, existence. They would be happy, they would be peaceful, but would they still be Dwemer? Would they still be the ingenious, stubborn, and endlessly curious race that had carved a civilization from the heart of a mountain? Or would they become a race of contented caretakers, polishing the same brass gears for eternity, their greatest achievements behind them? This was the conflict that now raged within him, a battle between the architect, who desired perfect order, and the philosopher, who understood the necessity of chaos. This left him with a decision more profound than any tonal adjustment. He held in his mind a truth that could shatter the fragile peace he had just established. Should he reveal the historical record of the first consensus to the people? To do so would be an act of profound honesty, but it would also validate Lord Dram's fears and likely empower the dissenters. It could cause the consensus to collapse entirely, plunging the city back into the cacophony of individual wills from which he had tried to save them. The alternative was to hide the truth, to seal the dark crystals away, and let his people believe their path was the only and the best one. He could maintain the beautiful illusion of a perfect future. But this choice would make him a tyrant, ruling not through enlightened reason, but through the suppression of inconvenient facts. He would be building his utopia on a foundation of a lie, and every day of peace would be a day of betrayal against the intellectual honesty that was supposed to be the bedrock of their society. The stakes were the very soul of his civilization. To embrace the truth risked unraveling everything in the present. To ignore it guaranteed stagnation and dishonor in the future. Leaving the silent judgment of the archives behind, Cagrinac returned to the living city, the secret of the first consensus burning a hole in his mind. The harmonious hum that once felt like a triumph now sounded like a dirge for lost potential. He was burdened not just with knowledge, but with the responsibility of what to do with it. As he stepped back into the bustling central plaza, he expected to see the orderly flow of citizens moving in serene coordination. Instead, his eyes were drawn to a small crowd gathered around a public forum, not in protest, but in quiet, intense fascination. At the center was not Lord Dram and his chants, but a sculptor named Fian, and he was not creating a monument to unity. He was crafting something strange, asymmetrical, and vibrating with a faint but unmistakable, dissonant frequency. A new challenge had arisen in his absence, one not of political argument, but of artistic rebellion. The sculptures of Fian were unlike anything the city had seen in an age of perfect harmony. Where public art had become a celebration of geometric precision and flawless symmetry, Fian's creations were willfully, beautifully flawed. One piece, a swirling form of fused brass and obsidian, looked as if it had been frozen mid-collapse, capturing a moment of dynamic imbalance. Another featured a series of interlocking gears that were deliberately misshapen, designed not to turn in a smooth cycle, but to grind against one another, producing a soft, rasping sound that stood in stark contrast to the city's smooth hum. These were not acts of vandalism, but of profound artistic conviction. Each sculpture emitted its own subtle, dissonant frequency, a quiet rebellion carved in metal and stone. Fian did not shout his defiance like Lord Dram. He sang it in a different key, and the effect was mesmerizing. As citizens went about their harmonized routines, they found themselves drawn to these pockets of imperfection. A philosopher on her way to the conclave would pause before a sculpture that seemed to embody a logical paradox, and for the first time since the resonance began, she would feel the flicker of a personal, unsanctioned thought. A craftsman would stop and stare at a deliberately cracked crystal lens, and in that flaw, he would remember the unique satisfaction of solving a problem his own way, without the gentle guidance of the collective mind. The sculptures became focal points for a quiet reawakening. People did not gather to protest. They gathered to simply feel. They experienced a resurgence of individual emotion, a pang of nostalgia for a lost independence, a spark of curiosity about what lay outside the consensus, even a sense of melancholy for the beautiful complexity that had been sacrificed for perfect peace. These artistic enclaves became sanctuaries for the self, small zones where the harmonic field's pressure eased and the individual spirit could breathe again. This quiet revolution could not go unnoticed by the guardians of order. The gear wardens, clad in polished brass armor that resonated perfectly with the city's frequency, saw Fian's art not as expression, but as corruption. To them, each dissonant sculpture was a crack in the foundation of their reality, a source of psychic static that threatened the clarity of the whole. Their duty was clear: to dismantle these aberrations and restore harmonic purity. The confrontation was inevitable. It occurred in the main plaza, where Fian was putting the final touches on his largest work. A squad of gear wardens approached, their movements synchronized and their intent unambiguous. They ordered Fian to stand aside so they could break the sculpture down for scrap. But the artist did not move. Instead, a small crowd of those who had been moved by his work instinctively formed a protective circle around him and his creation. It was not an aggressive mob, but a silent, solemn gathering of citizens who had found something precious in the imperfections. The standoff was tense, a physical manifestation of the ideological conflict, tearing at the city's soul the cold, perfect order of the gear against the warm, unpredictable chaos of the artist's hand. It was at this precise moment that Cagrinac arrived, the memory of the archive's warning that forced unity leads to stagnation was fresh in his mind. He saw the determined wardens, the resolute artist, and the silent, hopeful citizens. This was no longer an abstract philosophical problem. It was a test of his leadership and the true nature of the faith he had built. The law was clear. The harmonic unity was the foundation of their society, and Fian's art was a deliberate violation. Upholding the law meant authorizing the Wardens to destroy the sculptures, an act that would send a chilling message. Individual expression was a threat to be crushed. It would be a decisive victory for order, but at the cost of confirming Lord Dram's worst accusations and potentially extinguishing the last embers of the creative spark that had once defined his people. The alternative was to recognize the value in Fian's defiance. To do so would be to legitimize dissent, to admit that his perfect system might need the very imperfections it was designed to eliminate. It was a risk that could open the floodgates to further challenges and destabilize the consensus entirely. Kagrenac's decision would set a precedent for all time. Would their civilization be one of absolute conformity, a beautiful but silent symphony, or could it learn to accommodate a counter-melody to become a more complex and resilient harmony? He stepped between the Wardens and the crowd, his hand raised not in a command, but in a gesture for pause. He did not look at the Wardens, but at Fian's sculpture, truly seeing it for the first time. He saw not chaos, but a different kind of order. He saw the beauty in the asymmetry, the truth in the dissonance. In that moment, he chose not the easy path of enforcement, but the difficult path of integration. He ordered the Gear Wardens to stand down. He declared that Fian's Forum would be designated a garden for experimental expression, a place where the harmonic field would be allowed to interact with controlled dissonance. It was not a full surrender to chaos, but a sanctioned space for it to exist, a pressure valve for the collective soul. The sigh of relief from the crowd was palpable, a wave of emotion that itself created a new, complex ripple in the city's psychic fabric. The resolution of this artistic conflict did not go unnoticed in the halls of academia. As word spread of Kagrenac's unprecedented decision, a young philosopher named Larrath, who had been quietly studying the mathematics of complex systems, saw not just a political compromise, but a profound mathematical truth. If one sanctioned garden of dissonance could strengthen the whole by providing a necessary release, then perhaps the entire system could be redesigned to be more resilient. This artistic crisis had proven that monolithic unity was fragile. What if their faith could be rebuilt not as a single, pure tone, but as something far more intricate and beautiful? The resolution of the artistic standoff sent a ripple of intellectual electricity through the city's scholarly circles. In the quiet halls of the Academy of Muted Tones, a young philosopher named Larrath had been studying the intricate patterns of crystal growth and the mathematical principles of recursive geometry. The news of Kagrenac's decision to preserve Fian's dissonant art was not just a political event to him. It was a living proof of a theory he had been developing in secret. He saw the sanctioned garden of expression not as a compromise, but as the first, clumsy step toward a far more elegant solution. With his notes clutched tightly in hand, he requested an emergency session of the Conclave of Architects, the governing body of tonal science. Before the most esteemed minds of his generation, including a deeply contemplative Cagrinac, Larrath presented a thesis that would challenge the very foundations of their clockwork faith. He argued that a system built on a single, monolithic signal was inherently fragile, like a sheet of glass that shatters at the first sign of pressure. True resilience, he proposed, lay not in unity, but in organized complexity. A truly enduring faith must be fractal. He explained this not with abstract philosophy, but with the clear logic of an engineer. He asked them to envision a snowflake. From a distance, it appears as a single, symmetrical, six-pointed star, a unified whole. But if you look closer, you see that each of the 6 arms is itself a complex structure, with its own unique patterns of branching and ice crystals. And each of those branches is yet another intricate design. The strength and beauty of the snowflake, Larrath argued, comes from this nested complexity, this harmony of self-similar parts that together form a cohesive but not uniform whole. Their current faith was like trying to build a snowflake where every single water molecule was forced into the exact same position. It was an impossible, brittle ideal. A fractal faith, however, would allow for each individual consciousness to be a unique, complex pattern, while still resonating in harmony with the overarching structure of the collective. It would be a society that could withstand dissent, because dissent would be woven into its very fabric, a necessary variation that contributed to the overall strength. To prove this was more than a pretty idea, Larrath did something unprecedented. He unveiled a small, handheld tonal device of his own design, a complex lattice of interlocking brass rings and humming crystals. This was not a tool for overwhelming the will, but for weaving it. He invited 2 conclave members known for their opposing views on Fian's art to connect their minds to the device. One was a staunch traditionalist who saw the sculptures as a blight. The other was a progressive who saw them as a breath of fresh air. As they focused their thoughts, the device did not try to force their viewpoints into alignment. Instead, it translated their distinct, slightly divergent thought patterns into tonal frequencies. At first, the output was a jarring clash of sounds. But then, Larrath made a subtle adjustment. The 2 dissonant notes began to interact, not canceling each other out, but creating a complex chord, a layered harmony that was richer and more interesting than either note alone. It was a sound that contained disagreement, yet resolved it into a new, more robust form of understanding. The demonstration was a sensation. For the progressives in the room, it was a vision of salvation. Here was a way to have both community and individuality, to embrace the creative chaos Fian represented without sacrificing the shared purpose that kept their society functioning. It was the answer to the historical stagnation Cagrinac had discovered in the archives, a system designed not to eliminate conflict, but to metabolize it into growth. But for the traditionalists, led by the ever-wary Lord Dram, this was not progress. It was heresy of the highest order. Lord Dram rose, his voice trembling not with fear, but with outrage. He pointed a finger at Larrath's device and called it a Pandora's box, a return to the chaotic individualism that had nearly torn their people apart in the age of the warring clans before the first consensus. He argued that what Larrath called richness was simply a polite term for noise. Allowing individual variation was not building resilience. It was deliberately introducing flaws into a perfect system. He warned that this fractal model was a slippery slope. If you allow one deviation, why not another? Soon, the beautiful, clear signal of their collective mind would degenerate into a cacophony of 1,000 conflicting voices, each shouting to be heard. The consensus they had sacrificed so much to build would dissolve into the very anarchy from which Cagrinac had saved them. This was not evolution. It was a dangerous regression, a betrayal of their founder's vision, for a perfectly ordered society. All eyes now turned to Cagrinac. The Master Architect stood in silence, the weight of the archives warning heavy upon him. He had seen the dead end of forced unity. He had already taken a step away from that purity by allowing Fian's garden to exist. Larrath's proposal was the logical, terrifying extension of that principle. To endorse it would be to fundamentally redefine their clockwork faith, to abandon the dream of a single, pure tone for the messy, unpredictable reality of a symphony. It would be a leap into the unknown, trusting that this young philosopher's mathematics could hold back the tide of chaos. The risk was astronomical. A failed implementation of the fractal model wouldn't just cause a schism, it could shatter their collective consciousness entirely. The delicate web of interconnected minds could tear under the strain of uncontrolled divergence, leaving the Dwemer not as a unified people or a collection of individuals, but as a race of maddened, fragmented souls, unable to form a coherent thought. Yet, the alternative was just as grim. Siding with the traditionalists meant condemning his people to the beautiful stagnation he knew awaited them. It meant choosing the safety of a gilded cage over the perilous freedom of an open sky. After a long, tense silence that seemed to stretch for an age, Cagrinac spoke. His voice was low, but it carried the authority of a man who had built a god and learned to question his own creation. He did not give a full endorsement, nor did he dismiss the idea. Instead, he issued a decree. Larrath's theory would be tested, not on the entire population, but on a single, willing volunteer. They would attempt a small-scale weaving, connecting one individual's consciousness to the fractal network to see if it could hold. This was a characteristically pragmatic decision, one that acknowledged the potential of the new idea while respecting the fears of the old guard. It was a gamble, but a controlled one. The search for this volunteer would be of utmost importance. They would need someone of exceptional mental fortitude, a mind both strong and flexible enough to withstand the terrifying process of becoming the first fractal component of a new kind of society. The search would not be easy, and it would lead them away from the gleaming centers of power and academia to the soot-stained workshops and rumbling geothermal vents on the city's rugged outskirts. The call for a volunteer echoed through the city's harmonic network, a quiet plea for courage that reached every mind. In the gleaming halls of the academy, the silence was profound. The theorists who had championed the fractal model understood the risks on an intellectual level, but the thought of subjecting their own, carefully ordered consciousness to such an untested procedure was a terrifying prospect. The search seemed destined for failure until the response came not from the center, but from the fringe. Yagram was not a philosopher or a tonal architect. He was a practical engineer, a master of geothermal dynamics, whose world was one of pressure gauges, steam vents, and the deep, rumbling heat at the city's foundation. His workshop was located on the city's periphery, where the polished brass and smooth stone of the central districts gave way to the raw, industrial machinery that powered their civilization. When he received the call, he did not hesitate. To him, the problem was not one of philosophy, but of engineering. He saw the monolithic resonance as a flawed design, a single point of failure system. A city powered by one immense boiler was vulnerable. A city powered by a distributed network of vents was resilient. He volunteered not for glory, but because he saw Larrath's device as a necessary upgrade, a patch for a fragile system. The procedure was set up in a shielded chamber deep within the academy. The air crackled with a mixture of anticipation and fear. Larrath's fractal device, now scaled up, stood at the center, a complex orb of spinning brass rings and pulsating crystals. Yagram, calm and pragmatic, submitted to the connection. As the neural filaments made contact with his temples, the initial sensation was not of pain, but of a profound and unsettling expansion. It was as if the walls of his own mind had suddenly dissolved. He was no longer just Yagram, the engineer from the vents. He was simultaneously aware of the abstract worries of a philosopher, 3 levels above, the quiet contentment of a craftsman finishing a piece, and the faint, persistent dissonance from Fian's garden. His unique mind, trained to solve tangible problems and perceive systemic stability, immediately went to work, where the pure theorists had been overwhelmed by the cacophony of individual thoughts. Yagram's consciousness acted as a grounding rod. He did not try to silence the noise, he began to organize it. His practical intellect instinctively sought patterns and connections, finding the underlying rhythms in the chaos. To the observers monitoring the harmonic field, the effect was miraculous. The previously jagged and unstable waveform being generated by the device began to smooth out, not into a single pure tone, but into a complex, layered signal that pulsed with a new, robust stability. Yagram's grounded perspective was providing a structural integrity that theory alone could not, but this integration came at a terrible cost. The initial wonder soon gave way to agony. For Yagram, the process was one of violent, relentless stretching. His individual consciousness, the very essence of his self, was being forced to accommodate the sheer weight of the network. It felt like his soul was being pulled in 1,000 directions at once. Every thought, every memory that made him who he was, seemed to be thinning out, on the verge of snapping. He experienced flashes of other lives, other pains and joys that were not his own, and the psychological disorientation was absolute. A scream, silent to the outside world, but deafening within his own skull, tore through him. His body, held in a restraining chair, convulsed violently. The serene expression he had worn at the start was gone, replaced by a mask of pure torment. The delicate scrying crystals monitoring his vital signs flickered with alarming red patterns. The stable harmonic field he was creating for the city was being forged in the furnace of his personal suffering. Watching this, Cagrinac faced a decision more immediate and brutal than any he had encountered before. His hand hovered over the emergency termination rune. To abort the procedure now would save Yagram, almost certainly, from a fate worse than death, the complete dissolution of his identity into the formless void of the network. It would be an act of mercy for one brave man, but it would also mean failure. The fractal model would be branded as too dangerous, a torture device that shattered minds. Lord Dram and the Traditionalists would be vindicated, and their society would be locked forever into the path of beautiful stagnation. Pushing forward, however, meant condemning Yagram to possibly endure this torment until his mind broke entirely. It was a gamble with a man's life. Kagrenac looked from Yagram's contorted face to the steady, beautiful harmonic waveform on the main display, a stability born entirely from this one man's sacrifice. The stakes were absolute. Yagram's survival was the only thing that could give the fledgling fractal faith movement a future. His death would be its end. In that critical moment, Cagrinac made his choice. He did not hit the termination rune. Instead, he placed his own hands on the control console, not to override Larrath's device, but to join his own consciousness to the struggle. He did not try to force his will upon Yagram, but instead projected a wave of pure, unwavering support, a resonant affirmation of the engineer's courage. It was not a command, but a statement of shared purpose. Within the maelstrom of Yagram's mind, this new presence was not an intrusion, but an anchor. It was the voice of the architect acknowledging the sacrifice of the builder. Feeling this support, Yagram's own formidable will, the same will that allowed him to face down ruptured steam lines and unstable reactor cores, rallied. He stopped fighting the expansion and instead embraced it, not as a destruction of his self, but as a reassignment of his purpose. He found a way to exist not as a solitary point, but as a crucial node in a vast and living network. The convulsions ceased, the vital signs stabilized, the harmonic field held stronger and more complex than ever. Yagram had not been consumed, he had been integrated. The procedure was a success, but it left him forever changed, a man who had touched the infinite and returned, bearing the scars of that journey. This traumatic integration, however, provided the first undeniable proof that the fractal model was not just a theory. It was a viable, if perilous, path forward. The success with a single volunteer opened the door to a far more ambitious and dangerous proposition. If one mind could be woven into the network, then perhaps an entire city could. Emboldened by the harrowing but triumphant integration of Yagram, a new and terrifying hope blossomed within the heart chamber. The small-scale success was a proof of concept, a single stable thread in what could become an entire tapestry of minds. There was no turning back to the fragile purity of the monolithic signal. Cagrinac and Larrath now stood before the brass god's heart with a purpose far more ambitious than its initial activation. They would not merely tune the instrument, they would rebuild it from the ground up. This project was named the Great Weaving, a city-wide ritual to fundamentally recalibrate the divine mechanism to emit a fractal resonance. The preparations were immense. Every citizen was instructed, not commanded, to prepare for a conscious participation. This was not to be a passive reception of harmony, but an active offering. Each Dwemer was asked to find a quiet space, to turn their focus inward, and to identify the unique core of their own consciousness, their personal fears, their private joys, their individual quirks and convictions. This essence, this thread of self, was what they would willingly offer up to the loom. The day of the ritual arrived, and an eerie silence fell over the city, a silence filled not with absence, but with intense concentration. In homes, workshops, and public plazas, the entire populace sat in meditation. As the appointed hour struck, Cagrinac, with Larrath at his side, initiated the sequence at the heart chamber. But this time, the activation was different. Instead of a wave of overwhelming unity crashing over the city, a gentle, inviting frequency began to pulse from the great brass horns. It was a call, not a command. One by one, then in cascading thousands, the citizens responded. They focused on their individual thread of self, and with an act of profound trust, released it into the emerging network. The effect was not a silencing of individuality, but its magnification. A sculptor felt her appreciation for asymmetry become a fundamental principle in a new artistic calculus. An engineer's pragmatic problem-solving instinct became a stabilizing algorithm for the entire system. The psychic landscape of the city transformed from a calm, uniform sea into a vibrant, shimmering nebula of interconnected stars, each one burning with its own unique light, yet bound together by forces of mutual resonance. This beautiful, burgeoning complexity was precisely what Lord Dram and his traditionalists had feared most. To them, this was not an evolution. It was a descent into a chaos more profound than the anarchy of the old clan wars. At least then, individuals fought individuals. Now, they witnessed the very consciousness of their people being willingly unraveled and tangled into an incomprehensible knot. As the weaving reached its pivotal moment, when the fractal pattern needed to lock into place, Dram's faction made their final, desperate move. They did not attack the heart chamber directly. Instead, using their deep knowledge of the city's infrastructure, they targeted the secondary resonance conduits that fed the signal to the outer districts. Their goal was to create a catastrophic feedback loop, to overload the delicate weaving process with a surge of distorted energy and shatter the nascent network before it could stabilize. Alarms blared in the heart chamber as schematics showed critical conduits flaring a dangerous red. The beautiful nebula of minds flickered, threatening to collapse into a psychic black hole. This was the moment of ultimate confrontation. Cagrinac could have ordered the Gear Wardens to arrest Dram by force. He could have used the heart's power to simply overwhelm the saboteurs. But he remembered the lessons of the archives that suppression leads to stagnation, and he saw in Yagram's sacrifice the value of a different path. He located Lord Dram at a central conduit hub and went to him personally. The two stood face to face, not as architect and rebel, but as two elders who loved their people with equal passion, but held tragically different visions for their future. Cagrinac did not raise his voice. He did not issue threats. Instead, he offered the truth he had discovered in the deep archives. He spoke of the first consensus, of the beautiful, silent cities that had become museums of their own past. He described the terrifying stillness, the end of innovation, the slow death of the Dwemer spirit that was the inevitable price of perfect, forced unity. He framed the great weaving not as a rejection of order, but as the creation of a higher, more resilient order, one that could only be built by embracing the very diversity Dram sought to eliminate. He did not command Lord Dram to stand down. He offered him a choice. He said, "You can break the conduit. You can plunge us all back into the silence of the grave, a silence you call peace. Or you can add your thread to the weave. Your strength, your unwavering belief in the individual, is not a flaw to be erased. It is a necessary counterweight, a vital voice that can keep this new collective honest. The choice is yours. Do you wish to be remembered as the man who destroyed our future to preserve a dead past, or as the man who helped build a society strong enough to include its own critics?" It was an argument that appealed not to fear, but to legacy. Lord Dram, looking from Kagrenac's earnest face to the tools in his own hands, realized that true victory would not come from destruction. With a grimace of resignation that slowly softened into acceptance, he lowered his tools. He did not join the meditation, but he stood aside, allowing the weaving to continue. His defiance was over, not because he was defeated, but because he was given a choice, and in that choice, he found a sliver of hope. With the sabotage averted, the great weaving surged toward its completion. The fractal resonance, now incorporating the full, vibrant spectrum of the Dwemer people, locked into a stable, dynamic equilibrium. The shift was instantaneous and profound. It was not just a change in thought, it was a change in perception. The very air seemed to thicken with meaning. A citizen, looking at a gear mechanism, no longer saw just a gear. They simultaneously perceived the engineer's pride in its design, the philosopher's contemplation of its motion, and the artist's appreciation of its form. They saw the world refracted through a million interconnected perspectives, a dazzling and overwhelming symphony of simultaneous understanding. The nature of their reality itself had been fundamentally altered, woven from the threads of their collective belief into something entirely new. The moment the great weaving locked into its final, stable pattern, the world did not simply change, it multiplied. For the Dwemer, perception itself underwent a radical transformation. This was not merely a sharing of thoughts, but a fundamental rewiring of the senses. They began to experience what they called the refracted sight. To look upon a simple brass gear was no longer to see a single, objective piece of machinery. It was to perceive it through a shimmering lens of a million interconnected viewpoints, simultaneously. An engineer would see the gear and instantly understand the precise metallurgical stresses it was under, the wear patterns predicted by a colleague 3 districts away. An artist would perceive the play of light on its polished surface as a symphony of reflected color, a sensation shared by a weaver who found inspiration in its spiraling pattern. A philosopher would contemplate the gear's role in the greater mechanism of the city, a thought that resonated with the quiet musings of 100 other thinkers. This was the ultimate fruit of their fractal faith, a collective consciousness so deep that reality was now a collaborative, living tapestry. The benefits for their civilization were nothing short of miraculous. Collaborative engineering projects that would have taken years of planning and debate were now conceived and refined in a matter of days, as every potential flaw was spotted and solved from a dozen different angles at once. A sculptor and an architect could merge their visions to create structures that were not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also perfectly sound, their designs emerging from a shared well of aesthetic and structural understanding. It was an era of unprecedented collective achievement, a golden age woven from the threads of every mind. Yet, for all its breathtaking potential, this refracted sight came with a profound and often painful cost. The very concept of solitude, of a private, unshared thought, became a distant memory. The constant, gentle pressure of other perspectives made focused, individual action incredibly difficult. A craftsman trying to perfect a unique personal technique would find his concentration constantly broken by the well-intentioned suggestions or unrelated memories of others flowing through the network. The simple, satisfying silence of one's own mind was replaced by a never-ending, beautiful, but exhausting chorus. This loss of the isolated self created a deep and growing schism within the populace. A new conflict emerged, not between unity and dissent, but between those who thrived in the interconnectedness and those who mourned for what had been lost. The Weavers, as they called themselves, were typically artists, theorists, and social beings who found the constant exchange of ideas to be exhilarating. They saw the refracted sight as an elevation of their existence, a transcendence of their former, limited perceptions. They were the architects of the new collaborative marvels, and they championed this interconnected world as the true purpose of the Clockwork faith. Arrayed against them were the Anchors, a group who felt a profound sense of grief. These were often the practical engineers, the deep-thinking philosophers, and the introverts whose greatest insights had always come from periods of quiet, solitary reflection. For them, the refracted sight was not an elevation, but an invasion. They missed the crisp clarity of a problem solved alone, the personal satisfaction of an idea that was entirely their own. They felt a deep, existential homesickness for their former, isolated selves, a longing for the quiet room of their own mind, now forever filled with the whispers of the city. This was not a rebellion like Lord Dram's. It was a quiet anguish, a feeling of being unmoored in a sea of shared consciousness. The society, so recently unified by the Great Weaving, now risks splintering along this new fault line, a division based not on ideology, but on the very experience of being. The stability of their hard-won fractal faith was suddenly in jeopardy from an internal conflict no one had foreseen. Into this delicate situation stepped Yagram. Having been the first to endure the terrifying process of integration, he was uniquely positioned to understand both sides of this new divide. He had felt his own identity stretched to its absolute limit, and he knew intimately the pain of the Anchors. Yet, he had also emerged as a vital stabilizing node in the network, experiencing firsthand the incredible power of the Weaver's collaborative vision. He became the essential mediator, not through decrees or commands, but through empathy and shared experience. He established quiet zones within the network, sanctioned periods where individuals could, with great effort, dampen the influx of external perspectives and concentrate on a single task. He also created guided choruses, where those struggling with the cacophony could learn to focus on a single, shared stream of thought, like tuning a radio to one clear station amidst the static. Yagram did not try to force the Anchors to become weavers. Instead, he taught them navigation. He showed them that within the vast ocean of the collective mind, one could still find islands of focused self, if one knew how to look. His pragmatic, engineer's approach to the problem provided a crucial buffer, preventing the philosophical disagreement from escalating into a destructive new factionalism. The stakes of this quiet mediation were incredibly high. If Yagram failed, if the Anchor's sense of loss curdled into bitter resentment, the Dwemer risked a psychic civil war far more subtle and insidious than any conflict fought with weapons. The fractal network itself could become the battleground, with groups of minds deliberately resonating in opposition to one another, creating zones of psychic interference that would make collaborative work impossible. The very unity the Great Weaving was meant to create would be shattered from within, not by a rejection of the faith, but by an inability to live within its demanding reality. The society would not break into two physical halves, but into 1,000 fragmented cliques of thought, a dysfunctional collective where no one could hear themselves think. Yagram's success in fostering understanding was therefore not just about comfort. It was about the survival of their entire way of life, His work proved that their new faith required not just a one-time ritual of unity, but a continuous, conscious effort of coexistence. This need for a permanent, tangible center for their complex society became increasingly apparent. The refracted sight was a magnificent tool, but it was also abstract and, for many, disorienting. To truly solidify the new faith, to give both weavers and anchors a common ground and a physical symbol of their shared purpose, the people needed to build something together. They needed a monument not of stone, but of meaning, a place that would embody the very principle of their fractal existence in brass and gear. The need for a physical anchor for their refracted reality became an undeniable pull within the collective mind. The fractal faith was a magnificent intellectual and spiritual achievement, but it existed as an ethereal web, a symphony heard but not seen. To truly root their new way of being, to give both the ecstatic weavers and the grieving anchors a common ground, the Dwemer turned to what they knew best, engineering a marvel. The project was conceived not by a single architect, but as an emergent idea that blossomed simultaneously in thousands of minds. It would be a cathedral of gears, a vast structure that would serve as the physical heart of their clockwork faith, a place where the abstract principles of their fractal resonance would be made manifest in endlessly shifting, interlocking brass machinery. This would not be a static monument, but a living, breathing building that pulsed in time with the collective consciousness of the entire populace. The construction of the cathedral was an undertaking unlike any other, precisely because it could not be directed by a single master plan. In the age of the monolithic resonance, Kagrenac would have simply unveiled a perfect blueprint, and the citizens would have executed it with flawless, synchronized efficiency. But the fractal mind did not work that way. The design process itself became the first great test of their new society. Initial discussions about the cathedral's form erupted into a dazzling, and sometimes dizzying, explosion of conflicting visions. Some saw a towering spire that would pierce the cavern ceiling, a declaration of their aspirations. Others advocated for a wide, low structure that would embrace the earth, symbolizing their grounded nature. Every detail, from the angle of a buttress to the size of the main entrance, was debated not in a council chamber, but in the shared mental space of the refracted site. For a time, it seemed the project would stall in an endless loop of possibilities. But then, a new process began to emerge, one of pure, emergent consensus. It was not a vote, but a gradual alignment. The collective mind, like a complex equation solving itself, began to find harmonies between the disparate ideas. The tower concept merged with the wide base, evolving into a structure that rose in graceful, tiered levels, each one representing a different layer of their complex society. Disagreements on design were resolved not by decree, but through a form of psychic negotiation, where the inherent strength and beauty of a particular idea would naturally attract more support until it became the dominant pattern. The final design that coalesced was something no single architect could have ever conceived. It was a physical manifestation of their collective will, a blueprint born from a million minds working in concert. At the heart of this collaborative whirlwind stood Fian, the sculptor whose defiant art had first challenged the old order. He was given the most sensitive and symbolic task, crafting the central altar, the focal point where the fractal resonance would be most intensely concentrated. This assignment forced upon him a profound internal conflict. His entire artistic identity was built on a love for asymmetry, for the beautiful flaw that gave a piece its soul. Yet, an altar for a collective faith needed to be a point of stability, a functional anchor that could handle the immense energy flowing through it. It required a certain symmetry, a predictable strength. For weeks, Fian struggled. His first models were wildly asymmetrical, beautiful but unstable creations that caused the surrounding machinery to stutter and groan when tested. The collective pressure, though gentle, was immense. He could feel the quiet concern of the engineers, the unspoken need for reliability from the entire populace. He was on the verge of surrendering, of creating a bland, perfectly symmetrical block, when he experienced a moment of refracted insight. He allowed the collective understanding of structural integrity to flow through him, not as a constraint, but as a new medium. And in that flow, he found his solution. The altar he finally created was not symmetrical, but it was perfectly balanced. It appeared as a massive, uncut geode from one angle, and a complex, crystalline growth from another. Its surface was a map of deliberate imperfections that, when viewed as a whole, created a deeper, more complex kind of harmony. It was a masterpiece of integrated dissonance, a symbol that the individual's unique voice was not just tolerated, but essential to the strength of the whole. In fulfilling his task, Fian had not compromised his art. He had elevated it, proving that functionality and unique beauty could be one and the same. The day the final gear was set into place was a moment of collective held breath. The cathedral of gears stood complete, a breathtaking fusion of architecture and alive machinery. Its walls were not solid, but composed of millions of interlocking brass components that shifted and turned in a constant, silent dance, reflecting the ever-changing state of the Dwemer mind. Light from captured star shards filtered through these moving walls, casting shifting patterns on the floor that were never the same twice. The building hummed with a soft, complex chord that was the physical sound of their fractal faith. As the citizens entered for the first time, they found it was everything they had hoped. For the weavers, the central chamber was a place of ultimate connection, where the refracted sight was at its most vivid and exhilarating. For the anchors, the cathedral offered something precious, quiet corners and shielded alcoves where the resonance was dampened, allowing for moments of blessed solitude and personal reflection. It was a sanctuary for all aspects of their being. The successful completion of the cathedral was far more than an architectural triumph. It was the final, solidifying step for their new society. The fractal faith was no longer an experiment. It was now embodied in brass and stone. Its soaring presence was a daily reminder of what they had achieved together. The failure to complete it, or to make it functionally stable, would have been a catastrophic blow, a symbolic death knell for their entire endeavor. It would have proven that their complex new mind was incapable of producing tangible, lasting work, validating every fear the traditionalists had ever voiced. But they had succeeded. The cathedral stood not as a tomb for their old selves, but as a cradle for their future. And as its unique, harmonious frequency pulsed through the mountain, it did not go unnoticed. It was a signal, a beacon of order and power, so profound that it began to whisper through the very bones of the earth, reaching beyond the dark, silent borders of the Dwemer realm and into the wider, wilder world of Tamriel. For generations, the world beyond their mountain halls had been little more than a theoretical concept, a distant chaos of unpredictable weather and warring tribes that served as a useful contrast to their own perfected order. Their solidified reality was a fortress, both physical and psychic, and the primary principle governing their external relations had been Yagram's Edict of Non-Interference. They were a closed system, content in their own perfection, but a closed system, no matter how perfect, does not evolve. This state of serene isolation was about to be interrupted by a single, unexpected visitor. It was a junior gear warden, monitoring the outermost vibrational sensors, who first detected the anomaly. The readings were not those of a beast or a rock slide, but of a conscious, intelligent mind approaching their hidden entrance. A mind whose psychic signature was utterly alien, structured by beliefs and experiences entirely outside the Dwemer framework. The news rippled through the Fractal network in a wave of subdued alarm. An outsider, the first in living memory, the individual who stood patiently at the grand sealed gate, was not a barbarian chieftain or a conquering warrior. He was Knight Paladin Gelliber, a scholar priest of the Snow Elves, a figure of serene dignity whose curiosity had led him on a lifelong quest to map the deepest, most ancient places of the world. He had followed old tales and geological intuition to this hidden valley, sensing a concentration of power and order that defied explanation. When a contingent of gear wardens, led by a cautious Yagram, phased through the stone to meet him, Gelliber did not brandish a weapon. Instead, he offered a respectful bow and spoke in a language of soft, melodic tones, which the Dwemer's translation, crystals, quickly decoded into a message of pure, disarming scholarly intent. He was, he explained, a seeker of knowledge, drawn by the harmony he felt emanating from the mountain. He came not to conquer, but to understand. After a tense, psychic conclave held in the blink of an eye across the collective mind, the Dwemer made a momentous decision. They would not turn him away. They would invite him in, but they would take him not to the industrial forges or the residential districts, but directly to the heart of their faith, the Cathedral of Gears. It was the ultimate test of their stability. If their fractal resonance could withstand contact with a truly alien consciousness, it would prove its resilience beyond any doubt. The moment Gelliber stepped across the threshold of the cathedral, the very air changed. To the snow elf senses, accustomed to the flowing, organic magic of the sun and snow, the experience was overwhelming. The air hummed not with mana, but with a precise, mathematical harmony made audible. The sight of the endlessly shifting brass walls, where light and geometry danced in perfect sync, was both beautiful and terrifying in its absolute lack of natural chaos. But the true event occurred when the cathedral's fractal resonance interacted with his mind. The Dwemer, watching through their refracted sight, witnessed something miraculous and unsettling. Gelliber's consciousness did not simply resist the resonance or get absorbed by it. Instead, it began to interact, to weave itself into the fabric of the harmonic field. His alien psyche, shaped by reverence for the deities Oriel and the natural world, introduced entirely new harmonic patterns. Where Dwemer thought was logical and geometric, his was flowing and melodic. The complex chord of the cathedral gained new, shimmering overtones. Crystalline structures within the walls, previously static, began to grow in delicate, frost-like patterns. The light filtering through the gears cast prismatic rainbows that danced across the floor. It was beautiful, a spontaneous creation of unforeseen art. But it was also fundamentally unpredictable. The new patterns were not part of the design system. They were a wild variable. For the first time since the Great Weaving, the Dwemer collective mind was experiencing something not generated from within itself. It was a taste of the infinite complexity that existed beyond their borders. This unprecedented interaction ignited a firestorm of debate within the collective consciousness, a debate that quickly spilled over into the physical halls of the conclave. The fracture was immediate and profound. One faction, which called itself the Preservationists and was led by many of the older anchors who valued their hard-won stability, argued for absolute isolation. They saw Jeliber's influence not as beautiful, but as a contamination. His alien harmonics, while fascinating, were an unpredictable mutation in their perfect system. This is what the Edict of Non-Interference was designed to prevent, they argued. We have built a paradise of the mind. To open our gates is to invite chaos, to risk the corruption of our faith by races who do not share our discipline or our goals. They may seek to exploit our technology, to plunder our wonders for power. We must remain a closed book, our secrets safe within these mountains. Theirs was a philosophy of fear, born from a deep-seated desire to protect the magnificent society they had sacrificed so much to create. Arrayed against them were the Expansionists, a group largely comprised of younger weavers who had grown up within the fractal faith and saw it not as a final state, but as a platform for infinite growth. To them, the interaction with Jeliber's mind was the most exciting thing to happen in centuries. Look what his presence has already created, they exclaimed, pointing to the new crystalline formations in the cathedral. Our resonance has stagnated. We only ever hear our own thoughts, reflected back at us in an endless echo chamber. Contact with other minds, other ways of being, is the catalyst we need for the next great evolution of our faith. To hide our light is a betrayal of Kagrenac's original vision, a vision of growth, not of stasis. They believed that their society was robust enough to absorb external influences without being corrupted, that the true test of their faith was not its ability to remain pure, but its capacity to integrate the new and the different. The entire civilization seemed to hold its breath, waiting for guidance. That guidance came from the most respected voice among them, the elder statesman, Cagrinac. Though he had long since passed the day-to-day leadership to Yagram, his wisdom, forged in the fires of the Great Weaving and tempered by the lessons of the archives, carried immense weight. He rose before the conclave, his form frail, but his resonance within the network as powerful as ever. He did not side entirely with either faction. Instead, he presented a third path, one of profound philosophical maturity. The Preservationists are correct to fear the unknown, he began, his mental voice calm and measured. The outside world is chaotic and dangerous, but the Expansionists are also correct. A faith that does not evolve is a faith that has already died. Our greatest strength is not our perfection, but our resilience. We did not build this society by hiding from challenges. We built it by overcoming them. He argued that the Edict of Non-Interference, while wise in its time, had served its purpose. It had given them the stability needed to solidify their fractal mind. But now, clinging to it would be an act of intellectual cowardice. Jelliber is not an invader, he is a key. His mind has shown us that there are entire symphonies of thought we have never imagined. To refuse to listen to even a single note of that music is to declare that our own symphony is complete, that we have nothing left to learn. That is the arrogance that leads to stagnation. I propose not that we throw open our gates to the world, but that we take a single, cautious step. We engage, we learn, we allow our faith to be tested by the reality of what lies beyond. The stakes of this decision were nothing less than the future trajectory of the Dwemer race. Choosing isolation meant securing their utopia, but at the cost of accepting that their great age of discovery was over. They would become the curators of their own museum, preserving a perfect society that would never change, never grow, and never again be surprised. Choosing engagement, however, was a leap into a dangerous and unpredictable future. It promised an era of unprecedented growth, of new art, new science, and a deeper, more complex understanding of reality itself, but it also risked everything. It could introduce conflicts they were unprepared for, attract the attention of predatory powers like the Daedric princes, or worst of all, slowly dilute and corrupt the core principles of their Clockwork faith until it became just another forgotten creed in a world of many. Kagrenac's argument for cautious engagement ultimately carried the day. It was a decision that honored their past struggles while embracing an uncertain future. Jelliber was treated as an honored guest, shown wonders no outsider had ever seen, and when the time came for him to depart, he left not with stolen secrets, but with a profound sense of awe and a promise to speak of the Dwemer only as wise recluses, not as a target for conquest. His physical presence was gone, but the resonance of his alien mind lingered within the Cathedral of Gears, a ghost note in their harmonic field, and more importantly, he left behind something far more potent in the minds of the younger Dwemer, a seed of restless curiosity about the vast, unknown world that lay waiting beyond their mountains. The departure of the Snow Elf scholar, Jelliber left behind more than just a memory of prismatic light and alien harmonies. It planted a seed of profound restlessness in the fertile ground of the younger Dwemer minds. For them, the world outside their mountain halls had transformed from a theoretical concept of chaos into a tantalizing reality of infinite possibility. This simmering curiosity soon found its champion in Cinder, a brilliant and audacious engineer who had been Larrath's most promising pupil. Where Larrath had mastered the theory of the fractal mind, Cinder possessed a burning desire to apply it, to test its limits against the ultimate unknown. He gathered a coterie of like-minded visionaries, and in a workshop, buzzing with a new kind of creative energy, they began sketching designs for what they boldly termed the outward gaze, vessels capable of shielding a Dwemer consciousness from the raw, unfiltered chaos of the external world, allowing for safe exploration. The project was a monumental undertaking, a fusion of their most advanced principles. The hulls were not designed for mere physical travel. They were conceived as mobile extensions of their fractal resonance, encapsulated bubbles of stabilized reality. Intricate shielding had to be devised to protect the crew from the psychic static of untamed wilderness and the dissonant thoughts of other races. Propulsion systems needed to be silent and non-intrusive, leaving no mark on the lands they surveyed. The outward gaze quickly became an all-consuming obsession for its creators, drawing upon vast resources, rare crystals for focusing arrays, tons of refined brass for harmonic hulls, and most critically, the intellectual focus of a significant portion of their brightest minds. The constant, collaborative hum of the city's collective consciousness, once directed inward toward perfecting their own society, now thrummed with calculations of atmospheric density, geological surveys of distant mountain ranges, and speculative biology of Tamriel's flora and fauna. The project was a vortex of innovation, but it was also a powerful diversion, pulling energy and attention away from the ongoing, subtle work of internal societal refinement. This shift in priorities did not go unnoticed by the older generation, and for Yagram, now the respected, pragmatic leader of their people, it was a cause for deep and growing concern. Having been the one to integrate the fractal network and later defend its stability, he viewed the outward gaze not as a noble adventure, but as a reckless and dangerous distraction. To him, it represented a betrayal of the core struggle that had defined their civilization. They had sacrificed so much Kagrinac's very individuality, the comfort of their isolated minds, to build a society that had transcended the chaotic individualism of the past. Now, the youth seemed eager to throw themselves back into that very chaos, treating their hard-won paradise as a launching pad rather than a home. He saw in Cinder's fervor not a bold spirit of discovery, but a regression, a youthful impatience with the profound, quiet work of achieving internal perfection. "We have built a universe within a mountain," he argued before the conclave, his mental voice carrying the weight of lived experience. "Its depths are not yet fully plumbed. To turn our gaze outward now is to abandon the masterpiece for the sketchbook. It is a lack of discipline, a failure of faith in what we have created here." The debate between Cinder's expansionists and Yagram's preservationists grew into the most significant ideological rift since the days of Lord Dram. The city's psychic landscape became a battleground of competing visions for the future. The air in the conclave chambers grew thick with tension, and with neither side able to gain a decisive majority, the dispute was elevated to the one figure whose wisdom transcended factionalism, the elder Cagrinac. Though he had withdrawn from active governance, his perspective was sought as the final arbiter. The task before him was immense, forcing him to weigh the very soul of their civilization. On one side lay the virtue of internal perfection, the safe, known path of refining their fractal faith to its absolute zenith, creating a society of unparalleled beauty and stability that could endure for eons in splendid isolation. On the other lay the perilous allure of external knowledge, the untamed, infinite complexity of a world that promised new challenges, new perspectives, and the potential for an evolution they could not even imagine, but which also threatened contamination, conflict, and the unraveling of all they held dear. After a period of deep contemplation, Cagrinac emerged to address the divided conclave. His form was frail, but the resonance of his consciousness within the network was as formidable as the day of the Great Weaving. He did not deliver a simple verdict. Instead, he reframed the entire debate. "We have spent centuries learning to harmonize our differences," he began, his tone not of judgment, but of profound reflection. "We have built a faith resilient enough to absorb the dissonance of a single artist and the alien resonance of an outside scholar. To now declare that our faith is too fragile to bear the weight of curiosity is to admit a fundamental weakness. Yagram is right to fear the unknown, It is the duty of a leader to be cautious, but Cinder is also right. A faith that is not tested ceases to be faith and becomes dogma. Our purpose was never to build a perfect cage, but to forge a key that could unlock a greater understanding of existence itself. He did not order the outward gaze to be shut down. Instead, he sanctioned it, but with strict limitations. The project would proceed, but as a cautious, measured experiment, not a grand exodus. The first vessel would be a small prototype, its missions short and carefully monitored. It was a decision that honored both the need for security and the imperative for growth, a characteristically Dwemer solution of managed risk. The stakes of this decision could not be higher. The future direction of their entire civilization hung in the balance. Would the Dwemer become the ultimate introverts, turning inward to achieve a state of perfected, static harmony, a jewel forever hidden in the deep? Or would they choose to become part of the broader tapestry of Nirn, engaging with its infinite complexity and accepting the perpetual dynamism and danger that came with it? The launch day of the first outward gaze prototype arrived, a moment of intense anticipation. Cinder and his small crew stood by their gleaming brass vessel, a testament to their people's genius. As the activation sequence began, and the ship's harmonic shields powered up with a rising, resonant hum, a second, entirely unexpected sound reverberated through the city. It was not part of the launch. It was a deep, dissonant echo, a vibration that seemed to come not from the sky they sought to explore, but from the deepest, most ancient foundations of the earth beneath their feet. The yearning for the external was suddenly met with a mysterious call from the internal, a reminder that even their own domain still held secrets they had yet to uncover. The rising hum of the outward gaze vessel's engines was a song of pure potential, a harmonic promise of skies yet unseen. Cinder and his crew stood at the threshold of a new age, their minds focused on the vastness waiting beyond the mountain. But just as the resonant shield reached its operational frequency, a different sound tore through the city's foundational hum. It was not a sound heard with ears, but a vibration felt in the soul, a deep, dissonant echo that seemed to rise from the very bedrock beneath their feet. This was no natural tremor. It was a frequency that grated against the elegant mathematics of their fractal network, a jarring, primal scream from the deepest, most long-sealed underground chambers, places so ancient they were considered mythological even by the Dwemer. The consequences were immediate and chaotic. All across the city, the perfectly synchronized clockwork systems that regulated everything from atmospheric pressure to water flow shuddered and faltered. Intricate gear assemblies, which had turned with silent precision for generations, suddenly ground to a halt or spun out of control, their harmonious rhythms broken by the invasive echo. Far more alarming was the effect on the populace, the comforting, ever-present tapestry of the collective mind, the refracted sight that was their reality, flickered like a faulty lamp. Citizens stumbled in the streets, clutching their heads as the clear, interconnected stream of thought was flooded with static and fragmented, disjointed images. A philosopher deep in contemplation was suddenly assaulted by the raw, panicked fear of a gear warden miles away. A craftsman found his hands moving without his conscious command, his motor functions briefly hijacked by the dissonance. For the first time since the Great Weaving, their shared consciousness was not a source of strength, but a conduit for a debilitating confusion. The flaw was not in any one machine or mind. It was in the network itself, a vulnerability they had never known existed. A cold wave of fear spread through the fractured psychic landscape, a fear far more profound than any external threat could inspire. This was an internal crisis, a crack in the foundation of their very being. The terrifying question echoed from mind to mind. Was their entire Clockwork faith, this magnificent achievement built over generations of sacrifice, constructed upon an unstable foundation? Had they been living in a beautiful palace built directly over a forgotten tomb? Whispers, both spoken and mental, began to circulate. Perhaps the ancient stories held a grain of truth. Perhaps the deep chambers were not merely abandoned storage vaults, but a prison, and whatever their ancestors had sealed away was now stirring, its malevolent resonance powerful enough to threaten the fabric of their sophisticated society. The confident excitement surrounding the outward gaze vanished, replaced by a pervasive dread. Their gaze was forcibly turned inward and downward, toward a darkness they had believed was permanently behind them. In the heart chamber, amidst the flickering schematics and alarmed reports, a grim silence fell over the conclave. The grand ambition of external exploration was now an unthinkable luxury. The immediate threat was below, but who could be sent? The depths were unknown, and the psychic distortion was so intense that any ordinary Dwemer would be driven mad long before reaching the source. All eyes, both physical and psychic, turned to the one person whose unique constitution offered a sliver of hope. Yagram felt the weight of their collective gaze. He had not sought this. After the trauma of his own integration and the wearying debates over the outward gaze, he longed for the quiet reliability of his geothermal vents. But his very nature, the resilience that had allowed him to survive becoming the first node in the fractal network, made him the only viable candidate. He was the anchor. With a quiet sigh that was felt by everyone in the room, he stepped forward. His decision was not born of heroism, but of grim necessity. "I will go," his mental voice resonated, calm and steady amidst the panic. "My mind has already been stretched to its limits. Perhaps it can withstand whatever is down there." The stakes of this expedition were absolute. This was not an exploration. It was a diagnosis of their civilization's soul. What Yagram's team discovered in the deep darkness would dictate the future of every Dwemer life. If the source of the echo was a natural, albeit terrifying, geological phenomenon, it could potentially be studied, understood, and perhaps even harmonized or contained. Their faith would be shaken, but it could be repaired. But if they found evidence that their entire belief system was based on a fundamental error, or worse, that a conscious, malevolent force had been festering beneath them all along, then the very principles of their Clockwork faith would be invalidated. Their society could collapse into despair and infighting, tearing itself apart from the inside out. The stability they had sacrificed so much to achieve was now poised on a knife's edge. As Yagram and a small, volunteer team of the most resilient gear wardens assembled their gear and prepared to descend into the sealed access tunnels, the entire city fell into a hushed vigil. The usual hum of activity ceased. The refracted sight was voluntarily dimmed, as if the collective mind was holding its breath, its entire focus turned inward. following the brave few as they disappeared into the abyss, carrying the weight of a civilization's faith on their shoulders. The descent into the deep darkness was a journey out of time itself. Yagram and his team moved through tunnels that had not felt the vibration of a footstep in millennia, their path illuminated only by the cold, blue light of their hand-held resonance lamps. The air grew thick and stale, tasting of ancient dust and ozone, a stark contrast to the clean, humming atmosphere of the city far above. The deeper they went, the more intense the dissonant echo became, a physical pressure against their minds. It was not a sound, but a relentless psychic shove, an anti-rhythm that sought to dismantle the complex harmonies of their fractal consciousness. The gear wardens struggled, their disciplined minds wavering under the assault, but Yagram's unique resilience, forged in the fires of his own integration, held firm. He became a living shield, projecting a stabilizing field around his team, allowing them to press on toward the epicenter of the disturbance. Finally, they broke through a wall of collapsed masonry into a cavern, so vast their lamps could not find its ceiling. And there, in the center of this forgotten underworld, pulsed the source of their nightmare. It was a heart, but unlike the refined, divine mechanism Cagrinac had built. This was a monstrous, asymmetrical lump of crude iron and jagged crystal, veined with filaments of raw, chaotic energy. It was the Dark Heart, a failed, primitive prototype of the brass god's heart, buried by their ancestors in an age so remote it had passed into myth. The consequences of this discovery were immediately apparent. The Dark Heart was not inert. It was actively, hungrily resonating, and its target was the modern fractal network flowing through the city above. Its frequency was a brutal, simplistic signal, the polar opposite of their complex, layered harmony. Where their faith celebrated interconnected individuality, the Dark Heart's resonance preached a gospel of savage, absolute individualism. It did not seek to weave minds together. It sought to shatter them apart, to reduce each Dwemer to an isolated, paranoid fragment, trusting no one and fearing everything. As Yagram stood before it, he could feel its influence clawing at the edges of his own consciousness, offering whispered promises of total freedom from the collective, of a return to a self unburdened by the thoughts and feelings of others. It was a seductive, terrifying call back to the anarchy of the warring clans, the very chaos their entire civilization had been built to escape. The Dark Heart was not just a relic, it was a predator, and it had sensed a vast new network to consume and corrupt. The conflict that now faced Yagram was one of terrifying constraints. The immediate, brute force solution was obvious: destroy the abomination. But as his team's engineers scanned the structure, they uncovered a horrifying truth. Over the millennia, the city above had unknowingly built upon this ancient foundation. Vital power, conduits, geothermal taps, and even secondary resonance amplifiers had been routed through the chamber walls, weaving the Dark Heart into the very infrastructure that sustained their civilization. It was a parasitic symbiosis. The Dark Heart drew minute power from the city, which kept it in its dormant yet active state, while the city's own systems were now structurally dependent on the chamber that housed it. To destroy the Dark Heart would be to trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. The resulting energy backlash would cause a city-wide blackout, collapsing their power grid, and more critically, severing the delicate fractal network that sustained their collective mind. The physical destruction would be immense, but the psychic damage would be apocalyptic. It would be a cure far worse than the disease. This left Yagram with two horrifying choices, each a gamble with the fate of his entire race. The first was to attempt a desperate recalibration. The theory was that if the Dark Heart's resonance could be understood, its crude frequency might be gradually altered, harmonized with their own fractal network. This would be the ultimate test of their faith's resilience, not to fight the dissonance, but to absorb it and transform it into a new, stronger layer of their collective harmony. But the risk was astronomical. Attempting to recalibrate the Dark Heart would mean directly linking their network to its corrupting influence. If they failed, they wouldn't just have an external threat. They would have injected a poison directly into their communal bloodstream, accelerating the erosion of their consciousness into madness. The second option was to try and isolate the heart, to build a resonant barrier so powerful it could contain the dissonance indefinitely. But the engineers were pessimistic. The heart's connection to their infrastructure was too deep, too organic. A containment field would be like trying to dam a river that had already flooded the entire valley. It might hold for a year, a decade, or a century, but eventually it would fail, and the problem would be passed to a future generation, likely less equipped to handle it. The stakes of this decision were the highest imaginable. Failure, in either case, meant the end of the Dwemer as they knew it. A failed recalibration would lead to a swift, dramatic collapse, a psychic plague of paranoia and fragmentation that would tear their society apart in a matter of days. A failed isolation would mean a slower, more agonizing demise, the gradual erosion of their collective mind over generations, as the Dark Heart's whisper slowly poisoned their faith, turning cooperation into suspicion and shared purpose into selfish ambition. They would succumb to the very fate their ancestors had buried this heart to avoid. As Yagram stood in the oppressive silence of the cavern, the monstrous rhythm of the Dark Heart pounding against his will, he realized that neither brute force nor simple containment was the answer. To fight it directly was to play by its rules, the rules of conflict and domination. The true solution had to be subtler. It had to come from understanding not just what the Dark Heart was, but why it had failed in the first place. What fatal flaw had caused their ancestors to reject this path? The answer, he knew, would not be found in the engineering of the heart itself, but in the history of the minds that had created it. The solution lay not in suppression, but in understanding the nature of the first failure. Standing before the monstrous, pulsating artifact, Yagram knew that any physical action would be a gamble with their entire civilization's existence. The Dark Heart could not be destroyed without destroying their city, and it could not be contained for long. His only remaining option was to seek a deeper understanding, to search for a weakness, not in its structure, but in its history. His eyes scanned the cavern until they found what he was looking for, a cluster of ancient memory crystals, their surfaces dull and caked with grime, resting on a crumbling pedestal near the base of the Dark Heart. These were not like the pristine archives of the Grand Archive. These were the raw, unedited logs of the Heart's creators, the first Dwemer to attempt such an audacious act. Connecting his mind to one was like stepping into a waking nightmare, a direct feed into the final, desperate moments of a society on the brink of self-destruction. The memory crystal did not show him a single event, but a cascade of images and emotions from the period known as the First Schism. He witnessed the initial triumph, the moment the primitive dark heart was first activated. But unlike Kagrenac's careful, unifying resonance, this earlier pulse was a wave of raw, unbounded power. It did not harmonize the Dwemer minds, it amplified them. Each individual's thoughts, desires, and ambitions were magnified to an overwhelming intensity. A brilliant architect's vision for a perfect city became an obsessive, uncompromising demand. A philosopher's unique interpretation of reality hardened into an absolute, undeniable truth that all others must accept. The gentle, guiding pressure of Kagrenac's unity was absent here. In its place was a terrifying empowerment of the self at the expense of the whole. The early Dwemer did not lose their individuality. They became hyper-individualized, their egos inflated to godlike proportions, each convinced of their own singular rightness. Cooperation became impossible. A debate over city planning would escalate into a violent clash of irreconcilable wills, as neither side could conceive of being wrong. The shared purpose that had allowed them to carve a civilization from the mountain shattered, replaced by a dozen warring clans, each led by a charismatic figure whose will was amplified by the heart's corrupting influence. The schism was not a philosophical disagreement. It was a psychic fragmentation, a society tearing itself apart because it lacked the framework to handle the very power it had unleashed. This was the crucial revelation that struck Yagram with the force of a physical blow. The dark heart had not failed because individualism was inherently evil. It had failed because the society that used it was not ready. They had the power, but they lacked the wisdom. They had no fractal faith, no concept of a collective consciousness that could celebrate difference while maintaining cohesion. The heart's raw amplification of the self, without a unifying network to weave those empowered selves into a tapestry, led inevitably to conflict. It was like giving a master craftsman's tools to a child. The result would not be a masterpiece, but chaos and injury. The failure was not in the principle of empowering the individual, but in the absence of a container strong enough to hold it. Their ancestors had buried the heart, not because they rejected individualism, but because they had not yet invented the communal framework that could make individualism sustainable. This realization reframed everything. The dark heart was not their opposite. It was their primitive, unfinished ancestor. Its dissonance was not a rejection of their fractal faith, but a distorted echo of its missing component. When Yagram shared this vision with his team, the cavern, already filled with tension, became a battleground of ideologies. The revelation split the small group, just as the first schism had split their ancestors. One faction, hearing Yagram's description of the amplified self, felt a terrifying thrill. They argued that this raw power was the missing piece. Their fractal faith had become too communal, too focused on harmony. Perhaps what they needed was to reintegrate this raw, untamed individualism back into their network, to create a faith that was both collectively wise and fiercely, powerfully self-aware. They saw the dark heart not as a poison, but as a forgotten nutrient, a source of strength that could revitalize their society and make them truly invincible. The other faction recoiled in horror. To them, Yagram's vision was a cautionary tale, a graphic depiction of the hell that awaited them if they embraced the heart's influence. They saw the warring clans and the amplified egos as the ultimate proof that this artifact was a corruption, a direct path to the very anarchy their entire civilization was built to avoid. They advocated for a permanent, reinforced quarantine, believing that even studying the heart further was to risk contamination. Watching his team fracture along these lines, Yagram understood the profound symbolism of the moment. This debate in the deep darkness was a perfect, terrifying microcosm of the choice facing the entire city above. If his small, dedicated team, a group united by a common purpose, could not find consensus in the face of this revelation, then there was no hope for the millions connected to the Fractal network. The psychic shockwave of their disagreement would ripple upward and shatter the delicate peace. He could not let that happen. Drawing upon the authority he had earned through his sacrifices and the deep, resonant stability that was his nature, Yagram did not take a side. Instead, he enforced a consensus. His voice, projected mentally and spoken aloud, cut through the argument. "We are not our ancestors," he stated, his tone leaving no room for debate. "We have what they lacked. We have the framework. The lesson of the first schism is not that this power is evil. The lesson is that power without unity is destruction. We will not embrace the dark heart's poison, nor will we cower from its lesson. We will take the truth of its failure, the necessity of a unifying framework, and we will carry that truth back to our people. We integrate the lesson, not the object." The stakes of his decision were absolute. The unity of his team was the only thread holding their entire civilization back from the brink. If he failed to hold them together here, in the shadow of the very artifact that had caused the first collapse, the fracture would be instantaneous and catastrophic. The city above, already rattled by the echo, would sense the discord from below, and the fragile trust in their leadership would evaporate. The anchors would side with the quarantine faction, the weavers with the power faction, and the society would be torn in two, replaying the first schism with the devastating power of their modern technology. Yagram's forceful consensus was not tyranny, it was a lifeline. He was applying the very principle of their fractal faith, the subjugation of individual impulse to the greater good of the whole, in its most critical test. By uniting the team around the abstract lesson, rather than the concrete object, he provided a path forward that honored both caution and ambition. As the team, chastened and refocused, began their preparations to return to the surface, Yagram took one last look at the dark heart. It no longer seemed like a monstrous enemy, but a tragic monument to a lesson painfully learned. He was not carrying a weapon to destroy it, nor a key to unlock it. He was carrying a diagnosis, and with it, the hope for a cure that would not fight the disease, but make their society immune to it. Returning from the oppressive silence of the deep chambers, Yagram carried not a weapon, but a diagnosis. He stood before the conclave, the memory of the dark heart's corrosive rhythm still a fresh wound in his mind, and presented his findings. He spoke not of a monster to be slain, but of a lesson to be learned. His proposal was called the Synthesis, a city-wide ritual of profound psychological and spiritual significance. It was not an attempt to destroy or even harness the dark heart's power, but to inoculate their entire civilization against its poison by consciously integrating the truth of its failure. The core of his argument was this: the dark heart did not fail because individualism was evil. It failed because their ancestors had unleashed a power that amplified the self without having a communal framework. a fractal faith strong enough to contain it. The synthesis would be a collective act of facing their own shadow, of acknowledging that the desire for absolute, unaccountable individuality was a part of their nature, but one that could only lead to ruin without the balancing force of community. The ritual would involve a temporary, carefully calibrated exposure. The entire populace, while safely connected to the stabilizing power of their fractal network, would be allowed to feel the full, seductive whisper of the dark heart's dissonance. They would experience its promise of total freedom, its call to cast off the gentle pressure of the collective and become a god unto themselves. The goal was not to succumb, but to resist it together, to affirm through their shared will that their strength lay not in isolated power, but in interconnected resilience. The announcement of the synthesis plan sent a tremor of pure terror through the fractal network, a wave of fear so intense it momentarily distorted the refracted sight. The historical records of the first schism were not secret. Every Dwemer knew the story of the warring clans and the society torn apart by amplified egos. The idea of voluntarily subjecting themselves to the very force that had caused that collapse seemed like the pinnacle of madness. Citizens who had lived through the initial instability under the monolithic resonance and who had found peace in the fractal faith were horrified. Parents feared for their children's minds, worrying that the exposure would leave permanent scars. The anchors, who already struggled with the constant presence of the collective, dreaded the thought of a force that would seek to isolate them completely. The weavers, who thrived on connection, feared the dissolution of the beautiful tapestry they had helped to build. The city was gripped by a palpable sense of dread. This was not like the great weaving, which had been an act of hopeful creation. The synthesis felt like a deliberate dance on the edge of an abyss, a gamble with their very souls. The terrifying question on everyone's mind was simple. What if the dark heart's call was simply more compelling than their hard-won unity? What if, once tasted, the promise of absolute freedom was impossible to refuse? In the face of this widespread panic, the leadership of the Dwemer faced its most critical test. Yagram had proposed the plan, but his was the pragmatic voice of an engineer. He could explain the necessity, but he could not quell the primal fear. The conclave was divided, with many urging caution, delay, or outright abandonment of the risky ritual. It was at this moment of maximum uncertainty that Cagrinac, the ancient architect of their faith, emerged from his quiet retirement. His physical form was frail, a testament to the immense energies he had channeled and the sacrifices he had made. But when he projected his consciousness into the collective network, his presence was as formidable as it had been on the day he first activated the heart of Lorcan. He did not address the conclave with a long speech. Instead, he made a simple, stunning declaration before the entire populace. He would personally volunteer to be the first to undergo the synthesis. He would enter the specially constructed resonance chamber, the point of closest contact with the piped-in dissonance, and face the dark heart's corruption alone before anyone else was exposed. This was not a command from a leader, but an offer from a founder. It was an act of ultimate solidarity and credibility. By putting his own revered consciousness on the line, he was telling his people that he believed in the strength of the faith he had helped to build. He was demonstrating that he trusted them, and in turn, they could trust in the resilience of their shared spirit. The stakes of this decision were absolute, the highest they had ever faced. The synthesis was not merely another step in their evolution. It was the final examination of their entire civilization. If the ritual succeeded, if every Dwemer could face the siren song of savage individualism, and with the support of the network, consciously reject it, then their fractal faith would become unbreakable. They would have proven that their unity was not a fragile construct, but a conscious choice, a strength forged in the fire of temptation. They would be immune to the kind of internal corruption that had destroyed their ancestors. But if they failed, the consequences would be swift and apocalyptic. A failure would not mean a simple return to the old ways. It would mean the unleashing of the first schism upon a society infinitely more connected and powerful than the original. The amplified egos, armed with the technology and psychic power of the modern Dwemer, would not form warring clans. They would become warring gods within a single, shared psychic space. The resulting conflict would not tear their society apart. It would shred their collective mind, reducing a civilization of brilliant thinkers to a screaming, chaotic madness from which there could be no recovery. It was a gamble for eternity, and the price of failure was utter oblivion. As the day of the ritual arrived, a profound silence fell over the city, deeper than any they had ever known. The usual hum of machinery stilled. The gentle flow of the refracted sight was voluntarily muted. Every single Dwemer, from the youngest child to the oldest elder, turned their focus inward, preparing their spirit for the trial to come. And as the great gears of the resonance chamber began to turn, and Cagrinac, with a calm finality, stepped across the threshold into the focused beam of the dark heart's dissonance, the collective consciousness of an entire race held its breath, its million points of light focused on a single, courageous man standing at the precipice. The resonance chamber was a sphere of pure, polished obsidian, a void within the bustling heart of the city. As the massive door sealed behind him, Kagrenac stood alone in a silence so profound it felt like a physical substance. The only light came from a single aperture in the ceiling, focusing a beam of energy that was not light or sound, but the raw, unfiltered dissonance of the dark heart, piped directly from the depths below. This was not the gentle persuasion of Lord Dram's chants, or the beautiful defiance of Fian's sculptures. This was the primal scream of a failed god, a frequency that rejected all harmony, all connection, all meaning beyond the self. It hit him not as a wave, but as a billion tiny needles of anti-thought, each one whispering a seductive promise of absolute freedom. It offered him a return to the blissful isolation of a single mind, unburdened by the cares of a million others, where his will would be the only law. It was a temptation crafted from his deepest, most private longing for the quiet simplicity that had been lost forever on the day he first activated the heart of Lorcan. Kagrenac did not raise a shield. He did not summon the full power of the fractal network to fight back. He remembered the lesson Yagram had brought from the deep darkness, that the dark heart's failure was not one of power, but a framework. To fight it with force would be to accept its terms, to engage in a battle of domination that their ancestors had already lost. Instead, he opened himself completely. He allowed the corrosive dissonance to flow into him, to saturate every fiber of his being. The pain was beyond anything physical. It was the agony of unraveling, of feeling the intricate tapestry of his own consciousness, woven over centuries of experience and leadership. begin to fray at the edges. Memories of his first experiments, the pride of his first successful resonance, the warmth of his apprentice's admiration, all of it was assaulted by a nullifying static that sought to reduce his rich life to a single, selfish point. He felt the collective mind of his people, the beautiful, refracted sight he had helped create, flicker and dim in his perception, as if he were watching the stars go out one by one. For a terrifying moment, the whispers of the dark heart became the only reality, the promise of release, of surrendering this immense burden and becoming just Cagrinac again, alone and free, was overwhelmingly attractive. His willpower, a mountain of disciplined thought, began to crumble under the onslaught. To the millions of Dwemer watching through the psychic link, it seemed as if their founder was being consumed, his brilliant resonance swallowed by the devouring darkness. But at the very precipice of dissolution, something shifted. Kagrenac's understanding of the fractal faith was not an intellectual concept. It was the core of his existence. As the dissonance tried to isolate him, his mind instinctively reacted not by closing down, but by opening further. He began to process the chaotic signal, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a raw material to be transformed. He used the principles of the Great Weaving, the very techniques he had pioneered, on the dissonance itself. He found the fractured, hyper-individualized notes within the scream and began to weave them together. The selfish desire for freedom, when viewed through the lens of the collective, became a desire for agency within the whole. The aggressive assertion of will became a source of strength and initiative for the network. He was not destroying the dark heart's energy. He was refining it, like a master smith, taking brittle, impure ore and forging it into resilient steel. The excruciating pain did not vanish, but its nature changed. It was no longer the pain of being unmade, but the pain of a profound metamorphosis. Where there had been a cacophony of conflicting desires, a new, more complex harmonic layer began to emerge, a chord that contained the strength of the individual and the wisdom of the community in perfect, dynamic balance. In that moment of triumphant transformation, Cagrinac faced his final, most profound decision. The resolved energy now pulsed within him, a stabilized power that could have reforged his own individuality, making him a being of unimaginable personal might, a true God King reigning over his people. He could have used it to seal himself off from the network forever, finally achieving the solitude the dark heart had promised, but on his own terms. Yet, as he felt the collective anxiety of his people, their hope and fear intertwined as they witnessed his struggle, he knew there was only one choice that honored the faith he had built. This was not a moment for a king, but for a foundation stone, with a final, conscious act of will that was both a command and a prayer. Cagrinac chose self-sacrifice. He did not channel the energy inward. Instead, he opened the floodgates of his own being and released the purified resonance outward, pouring it back into the fractal network of the Dwemer people. It was not an explosion, but a gentle, pervasive wave of absolute stability that washed over every mind, every machine, every stone of their domain. The last remnants of the dark heart's echo were not silenced. They were permanently integrated, their corrosive potential neutralized forever. The network, which had moments before been trembling on the brink, now hummed with an unshakable, profound solidity. It was complete. The cost was absolute. As Cagrinac channeled the energy out, he channeled his own essence with it, the individual consciousness of the Master Tonal Architect, the man who had hesitated before the first rune, who had debated with Lord Dram, and who had sanctioned Fian's art, did not cease to exist. It dissolved. It merged completely with the harmonic field, becoming a permanent, foundational layer of the Dwemer's collective being. He was no longer a voice within the chorus. He had become the song itself. In the resonance chamber, his physical body, now an empty vessel, slowly faded from view, not into nothingness, but into the shimmering energy of the stabilized field. The silence that followed was not one of loss, but of a new, deeper peace. The faith was secured, its resilience proven against the ultimate internal threat. The Dwemer had faced their shadow and had not been consumed. They had emerged stronger, their clockwork faith now truly unbreakable. But as the city began to breathe again, the gentle, ever-present hum of the network, now carrying the faint, benevolent echo of its founder's final gift, the great gears of the world outside continued their turn. The challenges of isolation were over, but the challenges of existence within a vast and unpredictable world were just beginning. The profound silence that followed Cagrinac's sacrifice was not an emptiness, but a fullness, a collective inhalation of a new kind of air. The synthesis had not just neutralized a threat, it had fundamentally recalibrated the Dwemer spirit. The fractal network, now woven with the enduring stability of their founder's final act, entered a state of unprecedented harmony. This was not the fragile, enforced peace of the early days, but a deep and resilient equilibrium, a society that had stared into the abyss of its own nature and had chosen community. The constant, gentle hum of their connected minds was now a sound of profound confidence, a resonance that could not be broken from within. This newfound internal fortitude had a direct and exhilarating consequence. The gates of perception were thrown open. The outward gaze project, once a dangerous distraction, was now seen as the logical next step. The vessels were redesigned from the keel up, their harmonic shields no longer just defensive barriers, but sophisticated filters. They could now allow the chaotic energies of the outside world to flow in, not as a corrosive flood, but as a stream of data to be analyzed, understood, and integrated. A Dwemer explorer, standing on the deck of such a ship, would not be overwhelmed by the alien buzz of a forest. Instead, they would perceive it as a complex, fascinating symphony of life, its patterns gradually revealing themselves to their refracted sight. The fear of contamination was replaced by a thirst for understanding. The world was no longer a threat to their purity, but a library of infinite complexity waiting to be read. This courageous new outlook was put to the test sooner than anyone anticipated. Their first significant contact beyond their hidden valleys was not with scholarly snow elves or curious Nords, but with a race that represented the absolute antithesis of their clockwork faith. The Falmer, the twisted, sightless remnants of the snow elves, now dwelling in the deepest darkness. These beings were not irrational in a simple way. Their consciousness was a seething storm of pain, rage, and instinct, a psychic signature so hostile and chaotic it registered on the Dwemer sensors as a form of natural disaster. A small outward gaze vessel, mapping a deep glacial fissure, was set upon by a Falmer war party. The conflict was immediate and visceral. The Falmer did not communicate. They attacked with a mindless ferocity, their very presence projecting a wave of psychic static that sought to trigger primal fear and aggression. For the first time, the The Dwemer were faced with a force that could not be reasoned with, a consciousness that offered no thread for their fractal network to grasp and weave. In the command center far below, watching the event unfold through the shared senses of the crew, Yagram faced a decision that would define their morality for ages to come. The vessel was armed with powerful energy projectors, capable of reducing the Falmer to ash in an instant. The military solution was simple, clean, and absolute. But Yagram, the pragmatist who had become a philosopher through sacrifice, saw a deeper danger. To respond to mindless violence with overwhelming force would be to fail the very test the synthesis had prepared them for. It would be an admission that their faith was only strong when dealing with rational beings, that when faced with true chaos, they would revert to the base logic of destruction. Instead, he gave a new order. He commanded the crew to activate a resonant pacification field. This was not a weapon, but a carefully tuned emission of the fractal network's stabilizing frequency. It was a bubble of absolute, logical order projected into the heart of the Falmer's psychic chaos. The effect was not instantaneous death, but profound disorientation. The Falmer, whose minds were accustomed to a reality of endless predation and terror, suddenly found themselves in a zone of unnerving peace. Their aggressive impulses were not suppressed so much as they were starved of the chaotic energy that fueled them. The war party staggered, their attacks becoming clumsy and unfocused, before finally retreating back into the shadows, confused and unharmed, but neutralized. The success of this non-lethal defense was a victory far greater than any military triumph. It set the foundational ethical precedent for how this powerful, faith-based society would interact with the rest of Nirn. They would not be conquerors or destroyers. They would be stabilizers. Their role, as they saw it, was not to impose their will upon the world, but to offer pockets of order, to neutralize threats through understanding and superior resonance, rather than through brute force. This principle of resonant pacification became the cornerstone of their foreign policy. It was a declaration that their power would be used for preservation, not domination. The stakes of this choice echoed through time. It meant that the Dwemer would never build an empire through bloodshed. Their influence would spread not by the sword, but by the subtle, pervasive hum of their technology and their philosophy, offering sanctuary and reason in a world often ruled by chaos. This era of expansion was therefore one of quiet influence. Their embassies became centers of learning and mediation, and their reputation grew not as fearsome warriors, but as enigmatic peacemakers. Yet, this very success prompted a deep and unavoidable introspection. If they were not conquerors, and they were not isolationists, then what was their ultimate purpose in the grand cosmos? The peaceful resolution of external conflicts led inevitably to the most profound internal question of all. What was the point of such perfect stability, if not to achieve something more? With the external threats pacified and their society stabilized by Kagrenac's ultimate sacrifice, an unexpected quiet settled over the Dwemer civilization. This was not the quiet of stagnation, but the deep, humming silence of a machine operating at peak efficiency. For the first time in generations, they were not fighting for survival, nor were they anxiously building toward a distant ideal. They had achieved a state of profound, resilient equilibrium. And it was in this fertile peace that the most profound question of all finally rose to the surface, asked not in a moment of crisis, but in a time of contemplation. What now? With their immediate needs met and their internal conflicts resolved, the philosophers of the conclave turned their refracted sight inward, not to solve a problem, but to seek a final answer. They began to formally debate the ultimate purpose of their clockwork faith. Was the goal simply the self-perfection of their own society, a continuous refinement of their fractal harmony until the end of time? Or was their purpose to act as stewards and enlighteners for the other, less evolved races of Tamriel, sharing their hard-won stability with a chaotic world? Or was the answer something far grander, a destiny that lay entirely beyond the comprehension of mortal minds, even their own? This great debate did not remain confined to lecture halls. It resonated through the very fabric of their collective consciousness, spawning specialized schools of thought that manifested as distinct harmonic frequencies within the fractal network. One group, the perfectionists, resonated with a precise, inward-focused frequency dedicated to the endless optimization of their own society. Their domain within the network was a place of breathtakingly complex equations and philosophical proofs, all aimed at achieving a state of flawless, static harmony. Another faction, the Enlighteners, hummed with an outward, empathetic frequency. They dedicated their collective mental power to understanding the cultures of the outside world, creating resonant models of Nord heroism, Breton diplomacy, and even the chaotic patterns of Orcish clan life, seeking a way to gently guide these races toward a more orderly existence without imposing their will. Yet a third school, the cosmicists, explored frequencies so abstract they bordered on the mystical, using their refracted sight to ponder the nature of the Idra and Daedra, and the possibility that their clockwork faith was a key to understanding the very mechanics of the universe itself. From this vibrant cacophony of ideas, one movement began to gain a powerful and unsettling momentum, led by a brilliant but fiercely intense philosopher named Van. The Transcendentalists argued that all of these goals were merely intermediate steps. They believed that the Dwemer had become too attached to their physical form, to the brass and stone world they had so masterfully shaped. Van preached that their clockwork faith, their perfected fractal consciousness, was not an end in itself, but a launch vehicle. The true and final purpose, he argued, was collective apotheoses, to shed their physical bodies entirely and transcend into a state of pure, unbounded thought and resonance, becoming beings of energy who could explore the deepest mysteries of existence without the limitations of a material anchor. To the Transcendentalists, the physical world was a cradle, and it was time for the Dwemer to outgrow it. This vision of a purely spiritual future found a passionate audience, particularly among the younger generation, who had never known the struggles that had forged their society. The idea of becoming beings of light, free from decay, free from the mundane needs of the body, was an intoxicating prospect. Yet it was met with fierce opposition from the one voice that carried the weight of lived experience, Yagram. The old engineer, now the de facto leader of their people, listened to Van's soaring rhetoric with a growing sense of dread. He rose before the conclave, his resonance within the network feeling not like a philosophical argument, but like the solid, unshakable bedrock of a mountain. Van speaks of a glorious future in the clouds. Yagram's mental voice boomed. but he forgets that our faith was forged in the fires of this world. Our greatest achievements, the heart of Lorcan, the great weaving, the cathedral of gears, were not abstract thoughts. They were acts of physical creation. Our faith is not a rejection of the physical. It is a celebration of the sacred bond between mind and metal, between resonance and reality. To abandon the brass and stone is to abandon the very foundation upon which Cagrinac built our salvation. It is to cut the roots of a tree and expect the branches to soar higher. The debate between Yagram's materialists and Van's transcendentalists quickly escalated into the most profound schism the Dwemer had faced since the days of Lord Dram. This was not a conflict over how to live, but over what they were meant to become. The stakes were the ultimate purpose of their entire race. If the transcendentalists prevailed, it would mean the end of the Dwemer as a physical people. Their cities would become silent, beautiful tombs, their bodies discarded as their consciousnesses attempted a desperate leap into the unknown. Failure could mean the complete dissolution of their souls into the void. But success would mean achieving a form of godhood, a destiny beyond anything imagined by the other races of Tamriel. Yagram's path, in contrast, promised continuity, but also a limitation. It meant accepting that their evolution would forever be tied to the physical realm, that they would remain, in some fundamental way, mortal. The tension threatened to tear the fractal network apart along this new fault line of ultimate purpose, a division between those who saw their bodies as a prison and those who saw them as a temple. Despite Yagram's powerful arguments and his immense personal authority, the allure of transcendence proved too strong for Van and his followers to abandon. They saw Yagram not as a wise leader, but as a cautious old man clinging to the past, unable to envision the glorious future that awaited. Convinced that the pragmatic leader would never sanction such a radical experiment, the transcendentalists made a fateful decision. They would not debate any longer. They would build, in hidden laboratories, far from the oversight of the conclave and the perceptive reach of the main fractal network. Van and his most trusted disciples began a clandestine project. They called it simply Ascension, and its goal was to create a device that could sever the collective Dwemer consciousness from its physical anchors, achieving the apotheoses they dreamed of through engineering, a final, audacious act of their clockwork faith. The philosophical debates that had once filled the conclave with vibrant energy now curdled into secretive, determined action. Van, a philosopher whose intellect burned with a cold, brilliant fire, grew impatient with what he saw as Yagram's timid leadership and the endless cycles of discussion. He believed the path to true enlightenment was clear, and it required not more talk, but a definitive, irreversible leap. In hidden workshops carved into isolated geothermal vents, far from the pervasive awareness of the main fractal network, Van and his most fervent transcendentalist followers began the clandestine work they called Project Ascension. Their goal was as audacious as it was terrifying: to construct a device that would not just refine their consciousness, but sever it completely from their physical bodies. They envisioned a great severance, a final act of their clockwork faith that would unshackle the Dwemer mind from the prison of brass and stone, allowing their collective spirit to ascend to a state of pure, unbounded resonance, free to explore the cosmos as beings of pure thought. The initial tests were conducted in deepest secrecy on volunteers who shared Van's radical vision. The device, a complex lattice of soul gems and void crystals, was not designed to kill, but to liberate. The theory was elegant, a masterpiece of transcendentalist philosophy, yet the consequences were catastrophic. When activated, the device did not project the volunteers' consciousnesses into a higher plane of existence. Instead, it created a violent, unstable rift in the fabric of reality itself. The volunteers' physical bodies did not die. They simply collapsed into a state of perfect, empty stillness, their eyes vacant and their minds utterly gone. Their consciousnesses, however, were not detected in the fractal network, nor in any dimension their instruments could perceive. They were simply lost. Van's followers reported a fleeting, horrifying sensation of infinite falling, of being untethered and adrift in a formless, silent void between realities, before the connection was severed entirely. The volunteers were not ascended, they were erased, their essence scattered into the nothingness, a fate far worse than any physical death. It was a series of anomalous energy spikes, faint echoes of these disastrous experiments bleeding into the city's power grid, that first alerted Yagram. His engineer's mind, attuned to the subtle rhythms of their infrastructure, recognized the signature of a massive, unauthorized tonal event. His investigation led him to the hidden vent, and what he discovered there filled him with a cold, paternal horror. He saw the empty shells of the volunteers, their faces frozen in expressions of terminal surprise. He saw Van's frantic notes, which spoke not of tragedy, but of incomplete transference and calibration errors. To Yagram, this was not a scientific experiment, it was a profound desecration. It spat upon Kagrenac's ultimate sacrifice, which had been about securing their collective life in this world, not abandoning it. It betrayed the very core of their embodied faith, the sacred link between mind and metal that had been the source of all their greatest achievements. Van was playing with forces he did not understand, treating the souls of his people as disposable components in a reckless gamble for godhood. Confronting Van in the clandestine lab, Yagram faced a decision that tore at the very fabric of his leadership. One path was clear and direct. As the leader of the Dwemer, he had the authority to summon the Gear Wardens, have Van and his followers arrested, and dismantle the Ascension device by force. This would end the immediate threat, but it would also confirm the Transcendentalists' worst fears, that Yagram was a tyrant, a materialist dictator who would use violence to stifle spiritual progress. It could easily spark the civil conflict they had all worked so hard to avoid, pitting those who dreamed of the stars against those who cherished the earth. The other path was far more difficult. He could try to reason with Van, to prove through logic and historical precedent that Project Ascension was based on a fatal fallacy. But how do you debate with a man who has already witnessed his followers vanish into the void and still believes he is on the right path? Van's faith in his own theory was now a fanaticism, hardened by the very losses that should have given him pause. The stakes of this confrontation were nothing less than the future existence of the Dwemer race. If Yagram failed and Van somehow succeeded, it would mean the effective end of the Dwemer as a physical people. Their magnificent cities would become silent, automated mausoleums, inhabited only by the soulless husks of their former citizens. Their entire material legacy, the art, the architecture, the beautifully engineered society, would be rendered meaningless, a discarded chrysalis. For Yagram, this was not a victory. It was a species-wide suicide, a betrayal of every struggle and sacrifice that had come before. Yet, if he acted too harshly, he risked fracturing their society so deeply that it might never heal, creating a permanent underground of bitter transcendentalists who would see him as the man who condemned them to a mortal, earthly prison. The weight of the decision was immense, a burden that made the geothermal pressures he once managed seem trivial by comparison. Knowing that a direct confrontation could explode into violence, Yagram chose a third path. He would not debate Van with the philosophy of the present. Instead, he would seek an unassailable truth from the past, a foundational principle that could dismantle the transcendentalist argument at its root. He retreated from the hidden lab, his mind turning away from the reckless ambition of the future and back toward the dusty, fundamental truths of the earliest days of tonal architecture, searching for the one idea that could save his people from vanishing into the very void they sought to conquer. Leaving the chilling silence of the failed Ascension lab behind, Yagram did not head for the conclave chambers to rally support or for the Gear Warden barracks to muster a force. He retreated to the one place he knew held answers immune to Van's fanatical rhetoric, the personal archive of Cagrinac himself. This was not the grand, public repository of the Great Archive, but a small, secluded study, left exactly as it was on the day the Master Architect merged with the harmonic field. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and ozone, a sacred space untouched by time. Yagram's hands, more accustomed to gripping wrenches and pressure gauges, moved with a reverent delicacy as he unsealed a chest containing Kagranac's earliest, most foundational notes, scrawled in a frantic, youthful hand on sheets of beaten copper. It was here, amidst diagrams of primitive resonance chambers and philosophical musings on the nature of sound, that Yagram found it. Not a complex theorem or a grand blueprint, but a simple, elegant idea that Cagrinac had termed the principle of anchoring. The principle was devastating in its clarity. In his notes, a much younger Cagrinac argued that consciousness was not a free-floating phenomenon, a ghost that could exist independently of a vessel. He likened it to the resonance of a perfectly crafted bell. The beautiful, complex sound the bell produces is meaningless without the physical bell itself, the specific shape, the density of the brass, the precise thickness of its walls. The sound is defined by the object. In the same way, Cagrinac theorized, a mind's thoughts, its memories, its very sense of self, are not abstract data. They are the emergent property of a physical system, the intricate wiring of the brain, the chemical interactions, the sensory input from a body that exists in a world of gravity and texture. To remove consciousness from this physical anchor, he warned, would be like trying to hold the sound of a bell in your hand after the bell has been melted down. You might capture an echo, a recording, but you would lose the living, responsive quality of the sound, its ability to interact with the air and change in response to its environment. The brass and stone were not a prison from which to escape. They were the fundamental instruments that gave the music of the mind its timbre, its weight, and its agency in the world. A disembodied consciousness, Cagrinac concluded, would be a snapshot, a frozen record, incapable of new experiences, genuine growth, or any meaningful action. It would be a state of eternal, passive observation, a paradise that was, in truth, a tomb. Armed with this foundational truth from their own revered founder, Yagram walked into the conclave, not as an angry leader suppressing dissent, but as a humble student presenting an inconvenient, forgotten lesson. The Grand Chamber, designed to amplify the complex harmonies of the fractal network, hummed with the tense, discordant frequencies of the divided factions. When Yagram projected the principle of anchoring into the shared mental space, the effect was seismic. For the materialists, it was a moment of profound vindication. Their instinctual belief that their physical creations and embodied experiences were sacred was not just a sentimental attachment. It was a scientific and philosophical principle articulated by the architect of their faith. Yagram's argument was unassailable. How could they seek to transcend the physical world when their very consciousness was a product of it? To attempt ascension was not an evolution. It was a rejection of their own nature, a logical contradiction that could only end in the negation of what they were. For Van and the Transcendentalists, however, Yagram's presentation was not a refutation, but a provocation. Cornered by the impeccable logic rooted in their own history, Van could not attack the principle itself without attacking Kagrenac's legacy. Instead, he shifted the debate, his mental voice sharp with a desperate, soaring ambition. He acknowledged the principle of anchoring, but argued that Cagrinac, brilliant as he was a product of his time, limited by the technology and understanding of an earlier age. He gave us the first chord, Van proclaimed, but must we forever be content to play the same song? The ascension device is not a rejection of the anchor. It is the creation of a new one. We seek to forge our consciousness into a new, purer vessel of energy and light, to become our own anchors in a higher reality. This is not a negation of Kagrenac's work. It is its ultimate fulfillment. This reinterpretation was a masterstroke of rhetorical jujitsu, but it was built on sand. Van had no proof that such a transition was possible. The empty-eyed volunteers were silent testimony to the more likely outcome. The grand debate raged through the conclave and echoed across the entire fractal network, as every citizen felt the terrifying schism opening between two irreconcilable visions of their destiny. Watching Van twist the words of their founder to justify his reckless path, Yagram understood that reason had reached its limit. The debate was no longer about evidence or logic. It was about faith, a fanatical faith in an unproven future versus a grounded faith in the principles that had built their present. Van, realizing he was losing the intellectual battle, made his choice. With a final, scornful psychic projection aimed at the conclave, he severed his connection and fled the chamber. His decision was made. He would not abandon his life's work. He would not wait for permission or perfect his safeguards. He would activate the ascension device prematurely, with his remaining loyal followers as the catalysts. It would be a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. He would force the apotheoses to happen, creating a fait accompli that would either prove his theory correct or plunge them all into oblivion. The stakes escalated from a philosophical disagreement to a direct, existential threat. Van's actions were no longer those of a dissident philosopher. They were those of a zealot who was willing to risk anchoring the entire Dwemer race from reality itself. The potential catastrophe was no longer a theoretical risk. It was moments away. The time for debates and conclaves was over. The final argument would not be made with words in a council chamber, but through a confrontation of wills at the very source of the danger. Yagram found Van not in a hidden lab, but standing proudly before the activated Ascension device in a grand, circular chamber that served as the project's main control center. The air crackled with untamed energy, and the device itself, a spire of interlaced soul gems and void crystals, hummed with a dangerous, rising pitch. There would be no more debates, no more appeals to reason. Van's eyes burned with a fervent light, his hands resting on the primary control conduits. The time for words had passed. Yet, as Yagram approached, he knew that a physical struggle would be just as futile. To destroy the machine by force would only make Van a martyr to his cause and deepen the schism in their people. Instead, Yagram moved to a secondary console, an interface designed for precise calibration. He met Van's gaze, and without a single spoken word, a new kind of conflict began. This would be a duel of resonances, a battle fought not with fists or weapons, but with the very essence of their beliefs, projected directly into the heart of the unstable machine. The chamber became an arena for opposing visions of reality. Van's resonance was the first to strike, a soaring, brilliant frequency that yearned for the infinite. It was a song of release, of shedding the heavy, cumbersome shell of the physical world. His tonal pattern painted a breathtaking picture of a future where the Dwemer would exist as pure light, unburdened by decay, limitation, or the tedious needs of the body. It was a symphony of freedom, so beautiful and seductive in its promise that the very crystals of the device glowed brighter in response, as if eager to facilitate this glorious escape. But woven into this beautiful melody was a subtle thread of disdain for the mundane, a rejection of the brass and stone that Yagram held sacred. In response, Yagram projected a different frequency altogether. His was not a song of escape, but a foundation. It was a deep, steady, grounding hum that resonated with the weight of mountains and the solidity of forged metal. His pattern celebrated the tactile joy of a craftsman's hand on cool brass, the satisfying click of a perfectly fitted gear, and the warmth of a shared meal in a well-built hall. It was the music of a life lived, not transcended. The two resonances clashed within the core of the Ascension device, not canceling each other out, but creating a violent, unpredictable interference. The machine's delicate machinery, already strained from previous tests, began to groan in protest. Gears spun erratically, crystals flickered between blinding light and ominous darkness. The duel of ideas was placing a physical stress on the apparatus that threatened to tear it apart. This internal conflict did not remain contained within the chamber. The Ascension device was not an isolated tool. It was a powerful tonal emitter, and the clash of fundamental philosophies rippled outward like a shock wave through the city's primary harmonic field. All across the Dwemer realm, citizens stumbled as their refracted sight was suddenly flooded with jarring, contradictory sensations. One moment, a sculptor would feel the intoxicating pull of Van's call to infinity, her hands aching to create forms of pure energy. The next, she would be grounded by the comforting solidity of Yagram's resonance, feeling a profound attachment to the physical statue taking shape before her. The collective mind, usually a source of serene clarity, became a battleground. The stability of their entire civilization, so painstakingly secured by Kagranac's sacrifice, now trembled under the strain of this ultimate ideological conflict. The very walls of the city seemed to vibrate with a deep-seated anxiety as if the stone itself feared the outcome. Watching the device strain and feeling the distress of his people reverberate back to him through the network, Yagram had a moment of terrifying clarity. He could not win this duel by overpowering Van. To try and dominate with the force of his own resonance would be to adopt the very logic of tyranny that their fractal faith was meant to transcend. It would prove Van's point that their physical existence was about conflict and domination. Simply arguing for the safety of the anchored life was not enough. It sounded like fear, a desire to cling to the familiar. Van's vision was too alluring, too poetic. To defeat it, Yagram had to do more than defend. He had to demonstrate. He had to show, not tell. He had to make Van, and all the Dwemer feeling this conflict, truly feel the profound, irreplaceable beauty of the life they were so ready to abandon. He shifted his strategy entirely. Instead of projecting a philosophical argument, he began to channel something far more powerful: memory. Yagram's resonance transformed. The deep, grounding hum swelled into a vast, living tapestry woven from the collective experience of the Dwemer people. He did not simply describe their history. He allowed the Ascension device to become a window to it. He projected the visceral triumph of the first smelted metal, the heat of the forge, and the smell of ozone. He shared the quiet, determined courage of the deep miners, the awe of discovering a geode larger than a house. He let the chamber reverberate with the joyful chaos of a public festival, the clatter of mugs and the shared laughter echoing from 1,000 remembered celebrations. He showed the struggle, the terror of a near cave-in, the grief of loss, the bitter arguments that were always eventually resolved through shared reason. He wove in the scent of oiled gears, the taste of fungus wine, the comforting weight of a tool in the hand. This was not a defense of the physical world. It was a celebration of it. It was an ode to the messy, beautiful, painful, and glorious experience of a life lived in a body, in a community, in a world of substance. He made them remember what it meant to be Dwemer, in all its anchored, brass and stone magnificence. As this immense tapestry of shared existence unfolded within the duel, the straining of the device lessened, as if the machine itself was captivated by the story. And it was at this moment, as the full weight of their lived history filled the chamber, that a new presence made itself known. A resonance emerged that was at once familiar and infinitely vast, a harmonic pattern that carried the serene authority of their founder. It was the echo of Cagrinac, woven into the very fabric of their faith, now drawn to the surface by the sheer power of Yagram's invocation. The resonance that joined the duel was not a new sound, but the rediscovery of the symphony's foundational note. It emerged not as an intrusion, but as a gentle, pervasive shift in the quality of the air itself, a feeling of immense, ancient stability settling over the chaotic chamber. This was the echo of Cagrinac, the residual consciousness of their founder, woven into the very fabric of the fractal network during his final sacrifice, had been drawn to the surface by the sheer emotional power of Yagram's living tapestry. His presence was not the ghost of a single man, but the embodied memory of their entire civilization's struggle and triumph. He did not speak in words, but in a resonance that was pure meaning. Where Yagram had shown the beauty of the anchored life, Kagranac's echo demonstrated its ultimate consequence. He projected a profound, serene truth. A meaningful existence within the network was not a half-life, a pale copy of reality. It was a different state of being, one of deep integration and peaceful observation, a silent guardianship that required the continued, vibrant existence of the physical world to watch over. He was the living proof that their faith offered an afterlife, but one that was inextricably linked to the survival of the brass and stone he had loved. To seek to abandon the physical world was not to join him. It was to abandon him to a silent vigil over a ghost town. The effect on Van was devastating. The brilliant philosopher, whose entire argument was built upon the idea of progressing beyond their founder's limitations, now found himself directly opposed by the very source of his inspiration. To feel Kagrenac's disapproval was not like losing a debate. It was a seismic shock to his soul. The fervent light in his eyes flickered and died, replaced by a dawning horror as he truly comprehended the abyss toward which he had been racing. His resolve, once forged in fanatical certainty, crumbled into dust. The grand, beautiful vision of a light-based existence suddenly felt like a childish fantasy next to the profound, weathered wisdom of the echo. He looked at his hands on the controls and saw not a liberator, but a vandal poised to destroy a masterpiece. A choked sound, half sob, half surrender, escaped his lips as he recoiled from the console, his ambition utterly broken. Yet his retreat solved nothing. The Ascension device, pushed to its limits by the duel of resonances, and now vibrating with the immense power of Kagrenac's presence, was caught in a critical cascade. The safety protocols had been bypassed. The energy building within its core had passed the point of a simple shutdown. To deactivate it now would be to trigger a containment failure. The machine was a dying star, and it would not go quietly into that good night. In that moment of supreme crisis, with Van defeated and the device threatening to tear itself and the city apart, Yagram and the Cagrinac echo achieved a perfect, wordless synchronization. Their separate resonances, Yagram's celebration of the anchored present and Kagrenac's wisdom of the anchored beyond, merged into a single, brilliant purpose. They realized that the immense energy Van had gathered for destruction did not need to be dispersed or contained. It could be transformed. The device was not inherently evil. It was a tool of immense power, tragically misaimed. Instead of fighting the raging energies, they began to guide them, weaving a new, incredibly complex resonant pattern. They did not try to sever the connection to the physical world. They sought to reinforce it, to solder the bonds between the Dwemer consciousness and their material reality with a strength that could never be broken. They channeled the device's apocalyptic potential, not outward into the void, but inward, deep into the geological foundations of their city, into the very stone and metal that housed them. It was an act of supreme metaphysical engineering, an attempt to turn a bomb into a cornerstone. The gamble was desperate beyond measure. They were attempting to recalibrate a fundamentally unstable system on the fly, using theoretical principles that had never been tested at this scale. The energy involved was enough to power the city for a century. A single miscalculation, a momentary lapse in the perfect harmony between Yagram's will and Kagrenac's echo, would result in an uncontrolled release. The consequence would not be a mere explosion, it would be a tonal catastrophe. The released energy would not just vaporize the chamber, it would unravel the atomic bonds of matter for miles around, disintegrating the city and everyone in it into their component particles. A flash of light and heat that would leave only a glassy crater as a monument to their hubris. The stakes were the instantaneous and total annihilation of everything they were trying to save. The air in the chamber grew hot, the metal of the device glowing a dangerous cherry red as it strained under the torrent of power being redirected. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed the machine would win, that their combined will was insufficient to bend such a ferocious force to their will. Then, with a final, concerted surge of focus from both the living engineer and the ancestral echo, the critical threshold was crossed. The device did not explode. It chimed. A single, pure, foundational note rang out, a tone so deep and powerful it was felt rather than heard. This note did not radiate outward, it pulsed downward into the world. A wave of reinforcing energy swept through the city and the land beneath it, a vibration of absolute solidity. The very stones of the mountains seemed to grow more dense, the brass of their structures more resilient. It felt as if the laws of physics themselves had been subtly tightened, the anchor cables of reality given an extra, unbreakable strand. The Dwemer's place in the world was no longer just a matter of occupation. It had been cosmically ratified. The great machine, its purpose fulfilled, fell silent, its crystals now glowing with a soft, steady, dormant light. The immediate threat was over, but the work of the echo was not yet done. As the wave of solidification faded, Kagrenac's presence gently turned the collective attention of his people away from the internal crisis and toward the new, profound stability they now enjoyed, a stability that would allow them to finally meet the outside world, not from a position of fear, but of unshakable strength. The chime that rang out from the repurposed Ascension device was not a sound that traveled through the air, but a vibration that traveled through the substance of reality itself. It was a single, foundational note of pure order that pulsed not outward into the void, but inward, deep into the geological heart of the Dwemer domain. The immense energy that Van had gathered to sever their spirits from their bodies was instead channeled into an act of cosmic binding. This was the great solidification, a ritual where the very concept of their clockwork faith was hammered into the bedrock of the world. The connection between the Dwemer's collective mind and their physical surroundings was no longer a metaphysical idea. It became a law of nature, as fundamental as gravity. Every brick in every building, every brass gear in every machine, every drop of water in the underground rivers began to hum with a soft, pervasive resonance. The air itself shimmered with stabilized thought, and a citizen walking through the city could lay a hand on a wall and feel the gentle, reassuring pulse of the entire civilization's shared purpose. Their homeland was no longer just a place they lived. It had become a living extension of their consciousness, a fortress of mind and matter fused into an unbreakable whole. This ultimate act of world-shaping, however, sent ripples through the fabric of oblivion itself. The Daedric princes, beings whose power thrives on the malleable nature of mortal reality and the chaotic passions of unanchored souls, felt the Dwemer's act as a profound disturbance. Where they were accustomed to seeing the mortal plane as a soft clay they could influence and manipulate, a portion of Nirn had suddenly become as hard and unyielding as diamond. To a prince like Merunes Dagon, the embodiment of destructive change, this solidified realm was an abomination, a static scar on the dynamic canvas of existence. To Larrath, the Prince of Madness, it was an intolerable bore, a place where his delightful chaos would find no purchase. The solidified lands represented a declaration of independence, so absolute it bordered on defiance. The Dwemer were not merely hiding behind walls, they were rewriting the local rules of reality to make those walls a part of their own essence, creating a zone where external divine influence simply could not gain a foothold. It was a challenge not issued in words, but in the silent, unwavering language of physical law. Faced with this new and subtle threat from cosmic powers, Yagram, now the unchallenged and revered leader of his people, made a decision that would define their society for generations to come. He proclaimed the Edict of Non-Interference. This was not a law written on parchment, but a principle encoded into their very way of life. It stated that their hard-won, solidified existence was their ultimate achievement and their primary defense. They would not seek to export their faith or conquer other lands, for that would dilute their perfect harmony. Instead, they would turn their perfected state into an impenetrable barrier. Their borders became not just lines on a map, but psychic and tonal boundaries where the solidified resonance of their faith met the chaotic flux of the outside world, creating a buffer zone that was incredibly difficult for any foreign power, mortal or Daedric, to cross. The goal was absolute security, a state of perpetual, peaceful stasis, where they could focus on the infinite refinement of their internal world without the distractions and dangers of external entanglements. The stakes of this choice were a trade-off of the highest order. They had achieved near-perfect security, a goal that had eluded mortal races since the dawn of time. Within their solidified realm, there was no crime, no conflict, no decay, and no fear of invasion. Their society functioned with the serene, effortless precision of a master timepiece. But this safety came at a terrible cost, the cost of evolution. A closed system, no matter how perfect, does not grow. It can refine itself, polish its own components to a brilliant shine, but it cannot become something new. By cutting themselves off from the unpredictable currents of the outside world, from new ideas, new challenges, new forms of life, they risked entering a state of beautiful stagnation. The vibrant, adaptive resilience that had allowed them to survive the crisis of the dark heart and the temptation of ascension could slowly atrophy from lack of use. They had secured their existence, but in doing so, they might have ended their story. Generations flowed by in this state of perfected stasis. The great debates of the past faded into historical curiosities, tales of a more turbulent age told to young Dwemer who could scarcely imagine such uncertainty. The fractal network hummed with a quiet, eternal harmony. Art and science continued, but they became increasingly introspective, focused on exploring the infinite complexities of their own collective mind, rather than engaging with anything beyond their borders. The world outside became a distant, half-remembered dream, a realm of blurry shapes and muffled sounds that held no interest for a people content in their own perfection. It was within this environment of absolute stability, a society that had seemingly solved all its problems, that the most unpredictable variable of all emerged, not an external threat, but an internal spark. It began with a single young Dwemer named Terran, who, while performing his perfectly assigned duties within the humming tranquility, developed a singular, perplexing, and entirely personal emotion, a pure, burning curiosity about what lay beyond the shimmering boundary of everything he had ever known. Centuries flowed like a tranquil, underground river after the Great Solidification. Each generation born into a society of such profound stability that the very concept of turmoil became an abstract lesson in a history crystal. The air itself was a gentle, constant hum of synchronized thought, a lullaby of perfect order. In this world, a young Dwemer named Terran should have been the embodiment of its success. He performed his duties in the geothermal regulation sector with flawless efficiency, his mind a calm, clear note in the city's grand symphony. Yet, within this harmony, a strange and singular frequency began to emerge, unique to him alone. It was not a thought of discontent or rebellion, but something far more subversive, a pure, burning curiosity. While his peers found deep satisfaction in the predictable rhythms of their solidified reality, Terran found his attention drifting during the communal meditations. Instead of contemplating the intricate beauty of their internal network, he would wonder about the source of the faint, chaotic vibrations that sometimes tickled the edge of their sensory array, the echoes of storms raging on the surface world, a place no living Dwemer had ever seen. This curiosity was not a passing fancy. It became the central focus of his consciousness. In a society where every emotion was shared and smoothed into the collective calm, Terran's longing for the unknown was an anomaly. It manifested in his personal resonance as a persistent, slightly dissonant hum, a quiet but unmistakable variation in the great chord of their being. To those attuned to him, it felt like a gentle, incessant tapping on a crystal glass, not loud enough to shatter it, but impossible to ignore. For some, particularly younger Dwemer whose lives had known only perfect peace, this dissonance was intriguing, a spark of something new in a world that had not changed in living memory. They would find themselves drawn to Terran, their own resonances subtly altered by his questions, experiencing a faint stirring of something akin to wanderlust. But for the Gear Wardens, the guardians of their harmonic purity, Terran's unique frequency was a cause for deep concern. It was not the violent corruption of the dark heart, but it was a deviation from the established norm, a potential seed of instability in their flawless system. They began to monitor him closely, their protocols suggesting that such a persistent anomaly might require gentle reharmonization, a subtle adjustment of his psychic signature to bring him back into perfect alignment with the collective whole. The tension was profound precisely because Terran was not a malcontent. He loved his people and his home with a fierce devotion. His desire for knowledge was born not from a rejection of their way of life, but from a belief that its beauty could only be fully appreciated by understanding what lay beyond it. He was like a master jeweler who, after polishing a perfect diamond his entire life, suddenly yearns to see it compared to other gems, to understand its true worth in a wider context. This put the Gear Wardens in a difficult position. Their duty was to preserve stability, and here was a citizen whose very nature threatened it, yet who did so with such sincere and innocent intent. The conflict was not between good and evil, but between two different forms of love for their civilization, one that sought to protect it by sealing it in amber, and another that believed it could only thrive by eventually opening the lid of the jewel box. The situation eventually came to the attention of the aging Yagram, now so revered that his presence was felt as a calming, foundational rhythm in the network itself. He had withdrawn from daily governance, his leadership having guided them through their greatest trials. When reports of the Curious One reached him, he did not respond with alarm. Instead, he turned his immense perception toward Terran, not to judge, but to listen. And what he felt in the young Dwemer's resonance sent a shock of recognition through his own being. It was not the specific curiosity about the outside world that he recognized. It was the quality of the emotion itself. It was the same driving force that had once compelled him, a simple engineer from the vents, to volunteer for Larrath's terrifying experiment. It was the same spark that had led him to advocate for the outward gaze, the same instinct that valued a question over an answer. In Terran, Yagram saw the reflection of his younger self, not the pragmatic leader he had become, but the bold innovator he had once been, the one who saw a flawed system and dared to imagine a better one. Seeing the Gear Wardens preparing to initiate the reharmonization protocols, Yagram intervened. His voice, when it resonated through the conclave, carried the weight of all their shared history. He did not command or demand. Instead, he posed a question that echoed back through the centuries. We stand here today, his thought flowed, in a city solidified by faith, because a long line of Dwemer dared to be curious. Cagrinac was curious about the heart of a god. Larrath was curious about the mathematics of snowflakes. I was curious about what lay beyond our mountains. To extinguish curiosity now, in the name of preserving what curiosity built, is to forget who we are. It is to protect the tree by poisoning its roots. He argued that Terran was not a flaw to be corrected, but a vital sign of health, a reminder that their society was still capable of producing unique minds. To reharmonize him would be an act of profound fear, the first step on the road to the silent stagnation their ancestors had feared more than anything. The stakes of this intervention could not have been higher. Terran represented a critical fork in the path of their entire civilization. To suppress his curiosity was to make a final, definitive choice for absolute stability. It would mean accepting that their evolution was complete, that the great age of discovery was over, and that their purpose for the rest of time was merely to maintain the perfect machine they had built. The price for this safety would be the slow, inevitable death of the spirit of inquiry that had defined them. The alternative, which Yagram now championed, was to allow the spark to live. This path was fraught with peril. It accepted the inherent risk of change, the possibility that Terran's curiosity could lead to new ideas that might challenge their core principles, or even attract dangers from the outside world they had so carefully shut out. It was a choice to believe that their faith was not a fragile thing that needed perfect isolation to survive, but a resilient force that could be strengthened by engaging with the unknown. Yagram's wisdom prevailed. He did not grant Terran a ship or open the borders. Instead, he gave him a key, access to the deepest, most restricted archives, the very records that had been sealed after the Edict of Non-Interference. He believed that if Terran's curiosity was genuine, it should be fed not with reckless action, but with knowledge. He wanted the young Dwemer to understand the full weight of their history, the triumphs and the tragedies, the reasons for their isolation. Among these records were the complete, unedited logs of the first outward gaze, the original visions of explorers who had looked upon the untamed world with the same wonder Terran now felt. It was a test of a different kind. Could this new curiosity be tempered by the lessons of the past? Could it become not a disruptive force, but a guided one, as Terran, his heart pounding with a mixture of awe and purpose, stepped into the silent hall of archives? The future of the Dwemer once again hung in the balance, waiting to be written not by a collective decree, but by the focused longing of a single, unique mind. The silence of the archives was not an emptiness for Terran, but a roaring chorus of forgotten voices. The ancient logs of the first outward gaze were not mere historical records. They were windows into a world of staggering scale and vibrant, terrifying chaos. He spent days, then weeks, motionless in the glow of the memory crystals, his mind traveling across centuries to walk alongside those first explorers. He felt their awe at the sight of a sky that was not solid rock, but an infinite, shifting dome of blue and white. He shared their trepidation as their sensors registered the uncontrolled growth of surface forests, the unpredictable migrations of beasts, and the raw, emotional cacophony of the other races. This was not the sterile, ordered data of their solidified realm. It was a symphony of life in a key he had never imagined, and where the original explorers had felt fear, Terran felt only an overwhelming, profound curiosity. He became obsessed with a single, revolutionary idea: to build a vessel that could do what no Dwemer ship had ever been designed for. It would not just travel, it would transition. It would be capable of operating within the absolute, solidified resonance of their homeland, and then, with a controlled shift, phase through the harmonic boundary to navigate the untamed wilderness of the external world without being torn apart by the psychic static. This was not a project for a single mind, no matter how brilliant. The very nature of his goal required a diversity of thought that their harmonious society had not fostered in generations. Tentatively, Terran began to project his vision into the fractal network, not as a demand, but as an invitation. He did not broadcast a polished plan, but the raw, exhilarating data from the archives. The sight of a sunrise over a mountain range, the complex song of a bird, the intricate, non-geometric patterns of a snowflake. And to his astonishment, answers began to return. A resonance engineer, fascinated by the challenge of creating a variable harmonic shield, reached out. A materials scientist, inspired by the organic strength of tree bark, proposed new alloy compositions. A philosopher, intrigued by the concept of weather as a form of natural, uncontrolled tonal architecture, offered to design the vessel's sensory interpretation systems. Slowly, almost secretly, a small group of like-minded individuals coalesced around Terran. Their collaboration was not the seamless, instantaneous unity of the broader collective. It was a vibrant, sometimes clumsy, process of debate and experimentation. For the first time in living memory, a significant variance appeared in the Dwemer consciousness, a dedicated channel of thought humming with a different purpose, a pocket of focused, restless innovation that stood out against the serene background hum of their perfected society. This new frequency did not go unnoticed by the Gear Wardens. To them, the harmonious equilibrium of their world was the ultimate achievement, a state to be protected with unwavering vigilance. Terran's project, which they dubbed the Variance Initiative, registered on their monitors as a persistent, low-level anomaly. They saw it not as a healthy expression of individuality, but as a potential seed of chaos, a crystallization of the very unpredictability they had walled themselves off from. They began a program of close observation, their sensors silently tracking the flow of energy and resources to the isolated workshop Terran's group had claimed. Their protocols were clear. If the Variance Initiative showed signs of destabilizing the collective resonance, or if it attempted to access restricted power grids, they were authorized to intervene with reharmonization pulses, a gentle but firm psychic adjustment designed to dissolve dissident thought patterns and restore perfect alignment. A silent, undeclared Cold War began, with the Wardens watching from the shadows, their hands metaphorically resting on the controls, ready to quash the dream at the first sign of danger. The conflict eventually reached the chamber of the dying Yagram. The old leader existed now mostly within the network itself, his physical form frail, his consciousness a vast, calm presence woven into the foundational layers of their faith. The reports from the Gear Wardens were tinged with alarm, but Yagram perceived the situation with a clarity that transcended immediate concerns. He listened to the unique resonance of Terran's group, and in its vibrant, slightly dissonant hum, he did not hear a threat. He heard an echo. It was the sound of his own youthful defiance, the same spirit that had driven him to volunteer for Larrath's experiment and to champion the first outward gaze. He saw in Terran not a rebel, but a successor. Lying on his deathbed, surrounded by the leaders of the Conclave, Yagram used the very last of his physical strength and immense moral authority to make his final decision. He spoke not in a whisper, but with a resonant command that echoed through every mind. He officially sanctioned Terran's project, bestowing upon it the weighty and significant name of the Second Gaze. This was not a reluctant tolerance. It was a full-throated endorsement. He legitimized the concept of controlled external contact, framing it not as a betrayal of their isolation, but as its logical evolution, a way to ensure their perfected society did not become a beautiful, closed loop, ignorant of the wider cosmos it inhabited. This final decree from their greatest living leader was a momentous shift that opened a door they had sealed for centuries. The stakes of this decision were immense, a calculated gamble with the very soul of their civilization. On one hand, it offered the promise of renewal. Engaging with the external world could inject new vitality into their culture, sparking innovations they could not conceive of in their isolation. It was an acceptance that true strength lay not in perfect stasis, but in the ability to adapt and learn, even from chaos. On the other hand, it accepted every risk they had sought to avoid. It introduced the unknown back into their equation. The outside world was home to races capable of greed, aggression, and magical forces that operated on principles alien to their tonal science. Contact could attract predators, invite corruption, or, most insidiously, slowly dilute the unique purity of their clockwork faith until it became just another philosophy in a world of many. Yagram was betting that the Dwemer of this new age, tempered by their solidified faith, were resilient enough to handle the challenge. As the last breath left his body, his consciousness, a vast reservoir of pragmatic wisdom and hard-earned experience, detached from its physical anchor and flowed smoothly into the harmonic field, joining the eternal presence of Cagrinac. In the profound silence that followed this passing, a new sound emerged, the low, rising hum of a powered engine. Terran's prototype vessel, now bearing the sanctioned name Second Gaze, was ready for its first test, its polished brass hull gleaming like a question mark posed to the darkness. The moment the Second Gaze engines shifted from a low preparatory hum to a resonant thrum that vibrated through the very bones of the crew, was the moment the theoretical became terrifyingly real. Terran, his hand resting on the central control crystal, felt the collective breath of his people, a silent, hopeful pressure from the fractal network, willing them forward. With a final, conscious command, he initiated the phase shift sequence. The view through the forward observation portal, which had shown the familiar, humming interior of the launch bay, dissolved into a dizzying swirl of conflicting energies. For a heartbeat, they existed nowhere, suspended in the liminal space between their solidified reality and the world outside. Then, with a soft shudder that was more felt than heard, the vessel emerged. The first thing that struck them was not a sight, but a sensation, a profound and unsettling silence. It was not an absence of sound, but an absence of meaning. The gentle, ever-present hum of the collective mind was gone, replaced by a roaring cacophony of unfiltered data. Their senses, so attuned to interpreting a world processed by millions of interconnected minds, were suddenly and utterly overwhelmed. The light of the sun was not a measured wavelength. It was a blinding, brutal force that seared their dark, adapted eyes. The air was thick with 1,000 alien scents: damp earth, pine resin, the musky odor of unseen animals, each one a sharp, distinct assault. The wind whistling against the hull was not a predictable harmonic. It was a chaotic, shrieking gust that carried the echoes of a world vast, wild, and utterly indifferent to their presence. Inside the vessel, the crew staggered. One engineer clutched his head, his mind reeling as he tried to process the raw input of a babbling brook without the network's calming context. Another, a cartographer, stared in horror at the uneven, jagged horizon of the Skyrim Mountains, a landscape that defied the elegant geometries of their subterranean home. For the first time in their lives, they were truly alone with their own perceptions, and the experience was one of profound and disorienting isolation. This sensory overload was abruptly cut short by a sharp, insistent alarm from the vessel's external sensor array. Before they could even begin to process their surroundings, their presence had been noticed. On a rocky outcrop overlooking the valley, a group of Nords from a nearby settlement had frozen in their tracks, their axes half raised in chopping wood. They stared, mouths agape, at the impossible sight, a sleek, brass craft, devoid of sails or oars, hovering silently just above the treetops. The tension was immediate and electric. To the Nords, this was no scholarly curiosity. In a land of dragons, giants, and ancient magic, an unknown, metallic object descending from the sky could only be a threat, a Daedric trick, a dragon priest's contrivance, or a weapon from a rival hold. Fear and suspicion hardened their faces. Weapons were gripped tighter. Shouts of alarm echoed, and within moments, a makeshift band of warriors, their faces set in grim determination, had formed a defensive line, their eyes locked on the strange vessel. The air, already charged with the shock of the new, now crackled with the potential for violence. It was a classic first contact nightmare. Two cultures meeting with no shared language, no common ground, and every reason to assume the worst of one another. Inside the second gaze, the instinctual response was one of pure defense. The tactical officer's hands flew to the console, ready to activate the powerful harmonic shields that could repel any physical attack. The protocol, drilled into them from centuries of isolationist policy, was clear: When threatened, secure the vessel and retreat. But Terran, his own heart hammering against his ribs, saw a different path. He remembered the logs of the first, failed outward gaze, which had ended in misunderstanding and fear. He thought of Yagram's final sanction, a belief that their faith was strong enough for this moment. Raising a hand to stop the tactical officer, he made a decision that would define their mission. "Hold," he commanded, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "Do not raise shields, do not power weapons, amplify the primary resonance emitter, but recalibrate it. We will not broadcast a signal of power or dominance. We will project a signal of curiosity." He ordered the crew to focus their will, not on defense, but on a simple, repeating harmonic pattern, a complex, questioning chord that embodied the essence of their purpose. It was a sound that conveyed wonder, not warning, a desire to understand, not to conquer. It was an immense risk. It left them completely vulnerable. If the Nords saw this as a prelude to an attack, or an attempt at magical domination, their vessel could be shattered in moments. But Terran believed that a gesture of peace, however alien, was a language that could transcend the barrier of words. The stakes of this silent exchange could not have been higher. This was not merely about the safety of one ship and its crew. The future of Dwemer relations with every race of Tamriel was being written in this single, breathless moment. If this first contact ended in violence, the news would spread like wildfire. The Dwemer would be forever branded as invaders, as hostile automatons emerging from the earth. The Edict of Non-Interference would become a permanent law, their borders sealed for eternity, their chance to rejoin the world lost. All the sacrifices of Cagrinac, Yagram, and the generations that had struggled to build a resilient faith would have culminated in a legacy of fear and isolation. But if they succeeded, if this fragile gesture of peace was understood, it would open a door that had been closed for eras. It would prove that their clockwork faith could engage with chaos without being consumed by it, that they could be a part of the world without seeking to dominate it. The weight of centuries pressed down on Terran's shoulders as he watched the armed Nords through the portal, waiting for a sign. Then a shift occurred. An elder Nord, a man with a long white beard and eyes that held the weight of many winters, stepped out from the group of warriors. He was not armed with an axe, but with a staff adorned with feathers and totems. This was the shaman, Gorm. He did not look at the vessel with fear, but with a deep, intense concentration. He closed his eyes, tilting his head as if listening to a distant song. The harsh, suspicious expressions of the other Nords began to soften as they watched their spiritual leader. He was sensing something in the air, something the others could not. The subtle, layered harmonics of Terran's signal. He felt no malice in it, no aggression. Instead, he felt a profound and genuine wonder, a respectful curiosity that resonated with his own understanding of the world's hidden spirits. Opening his eyes, Gorm raised a hand, not in a threat, but in a slow, deliberate gesture of welcome. He then turned to the leader of the warriors and spoke a few quiet words. The tension broke. Weapons were lowered, not all the way, but enough. The shaman then took a step forward alone and gestured toward a clear, flat area of ground, a clear and astonishing invitation for the strange brass vessel to land. The landing was a delicate ballet of unfamiliar physics, the second gaze settling onto the soft earth, with a whisper-quiet hum that seemed to swallow the very sounds of the forest. The hatch opened not with a clang, but with a soft hiss, and Terran stepped out, his boots meeting soil for the first time. The air was a shocking symphony of smells, loam, pine, and something wild and untamed he had no name for. Before him stood Shaman Gorm, a man carved from the very mountain itself, his face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by sun and wind. They stood for a long moment, two representatives of worlds that had grown ancient in separation, separated by a gulf of silence, more profound than any ocean. The first attempt at communication was a study in profound difference. Terran, reaching out with his mind, projected a complex, resonant greeting, a tonal pattern that conveyed peace, curiosity, and a geometric representation of his vessel. To him, it was the most basic, sincere gesture he could make. But to Gorm and the watching Nords, the effect was unsettling. They heard no words, only a strange, melodic hum that seemed to vibrate in their teeth and bones. A few of the younger warriors gripped their axes tighter, their eyes wide with superstitious fear, seeing it as a form of subtle magic, an attempt to enchant or bewilder them. Gorm, however, remained still. He closed his eyes, listening not with his ears, but with a shaman's deeper sense. He could not decipher the message, but he could feel its intent. There was no malice in the vibration, only a profound and alien form of respect. Seeing the confusion, Gorm responded in the language of his people. He raised his staff, not as a weapon, but as a symbol, and began to speak in a low, rhythmic chant, invoking the names of the sky and the earth, of Kine and Usmir. He gestured to the towering trees, to the hawk circling overhead, using the world around them as his vocabulary, to Terran and his crew, listening through their translation crystals. The words were a chaotic stream of guttural sounds and poetic metaphor, a stark contrast to their precise tonal mathematics. They understood the concepts of sky and earth, but the personal, spiritual connection the Nords had with them was a new and bewildering concept. The exchange was clumsy, like two people trying to describe the color blue using entirely different sets of primary colors. Yet, beneath the awkwardness, a flicker of recognition began to grow. When Terran pointed to the intricate brass filigree on his own tunic, and then to the careful carvings on Gorm's staff, a spark passed between them. Craft, the reverence for shaping raw materials into something purposeful and beautiful, was a language they both understood. This fragile moment of connection was watched with deep suspicion by hardliners on both sides. From the second gaze, the censor officer whispered a warning into the internal comms, his voice tense. He pointed out the powerful, battle-hardened physiques of the Nord warriors, their easy familiarity with their weapons. Their society is clearly structured around conflict and physical dominance, he reasoned. This shaman could be a deception. Any technology we share will inevitably be turned into a weapon against us or our allies. This is a catastrophic security breach. Back in the Nord settlement, the mood was equally divided. The village blacksmith, a pragmatic man who respected strength and clear intentions, was fascinated by the seamless metal of the Dwemer ship. But the local thane, a veteran of many border skirmishes, saw only a threat. They do not speak, they hum. Their metal is worked without hammer or forge. This is not craft, it is sorcery. They lull us with pretty sounds and gifts, and when our guard is down, they will enslave us with their machines. We should drive them out now, before their magic takes root. Terran felt the weight of this mutual distrust pressing down on him. He knew that words, whether tonal or spoken, would never be enough to bridge such a deep cultural chasm. A grand declaration of peace would be met with skepticism. What was needed was an action, a gesture so simple, so pure in its intent, that it could only be interpreted as goodwill. He made a decision that would make his security officer pale. Returning to the ship for a moment, he emerged holding a small, flat crystal slate. On it, he had etched not a weapon, not a power source, but the schematic for a self-tilling plow. It was a simple yet brilliant piece of engineering, a mechanism that used weighted gears and levers to turn the soil with minimal effort from a farmer or beast. He presented it to Gorm, and through a combination of pantomime and projected images from the slate, he demonstrated its function. This was the key to his gamble. The plow required no understanding of tonal architecture, no connection to a fractal network. It could be built by any skilled blacksmith with iron and a forge. It was a gift of time and ease, a technology aimed squarely at improving the fundamental quality of life for the Nords. The stakes of this gift were immense. In the hands of a friendly village, it could be the first thread in a strong alliance, a symbol of the Dwemer's desire to share knowledge for the betterment of all. It could lead to an exchange where the Nords taught the Dwemer about the unpredictable spirit of the surface world, about seasons, weather, and the raw, untamed magic that flowed through the land. But in the hands of a hostile power, that same schematic could be studied by enemy smiths and mages. It represented a fundamental principle of Dwemer mechanics, the efficient transfer of force, the use of gears and weights. It was a tiny key that could, in time, unlock the first door to understanding their entire technological paradigm. Terran was betting the future of external contact on the character of these people, on the hope that generosity would be met with honor. As Gorm's aged fingers traced the intricate lines etched on the crystal, a slow smile spread across his weathered face. He looked from the schematic to Terran's earnest expression, and then to the faces of his own people. He saw not a sorcerer, but a fellow craftsman, offering a tool. The Thane grumbled, but the blacksmith's eyes shone with undisguised excitement. The gesture, though small, had landed. The ice of millennia was not broken, but the first vital crack had appeared. Seeing this, feeling the shift in the atmosphere from suspicion to cautious possibility, Terran's mind leaped ahead. A single visit was not enough. Trust could not be built in a day. He turned to Gorm, and through the crystal translator, slowly articulated his next idea. He proposed a permanent place of meeting, a small building where their peoples could come together, not as curious anomalies, but as neighbors. He envisioned an embassy of gears, a bridge between the world of stone and the world of sky. The approval from the conclave was not given lightly, but with a sense of cautious destiny, a recognition that the successful exchange with Shaman Gorm had opened a door that could not be politely closed. Terran, no longer just a curious visionary, but now an appointed ambassador, stood at the chosen site on the edge of the Nord settlement, where the tall pines of the forest met the cleared land of the village. His task was to build not a fortress, not a monument to Dwemer superiority, but an embassy, a bridge, the design that emerged from his mind and was refined by the collective intellect of his team, was a masterpiece of subtle integration. Instead of the soaring brass spires and geometric perfection of his homeland, the Embassy of Gears was a low, organic structure that seemed to grow from the landscape itself. Its walls were fashioned from local stone, but within that stone, Terran's artisans inlaid slender veins of polished brass that hummed with a gentle, localized harmonic field. The roof was not metal, but living turf, seeded with hardy mountain grasses, so that from a distance, the building appeared as a small, grassy hillock. The goal was harmony, not domination. The embassy would resonate with the orderly principles of the Clockwork faith, but its frequency was tuned to complement, rather than overwrite, the wild, untamed song of the natural world around it. It was a physical declaration that the Dwemer had come not to conquer, but to coexist. Once the last stone was set and the harmonic field stabilized, the embassy quickly blossomed into something far more vibrant than a mere diplomatic outpost. It became a living crucible of exchange. For the Nords, particularly the blacksmiths and craftsmen, it was a place of jaw-dropping revelation. They watched, initially with skepticism that soon melted into awe, as Dwemer artisans worked metal not with hammer and forge, but with focused sonic resonances that could persuade a slab of raw ore to fold itself into intricate shapes with impossible precision. The Nords learned new techniques for alloying metals, creating steels that were both lighter and stronger than any they had known. In return, the Dwemer received lessons of a different, profound nature. A Nord hunter taught them how to read the subtle signs of the forest, the meaning behind a broken twig, the language of bird calls warning of a predator's approach. They learned about the unpredictable spirit of the natural world, a force that could not be calculated with equations, but had to be felt, respected, and sometimes simply endured. The Dwemer, masters of controlling their environment, were humbled by the concept of a blizzard's fury, or the patient, unstoppable force of a river carving through stone over centuries. This was not chaos as they had feared it, but a complex, ancient order of its own. This constant, close proximity to an entirely different way of being was a relentless experiment that pushed the embassy to its psychological limits. The building itself was a fragile bubble of Dwemer order, but it was surrounded by an ocean of Nordic chaos. The very air was thick with the raw, unfiltered emotions of the villagers, their boisterous laughter, their sudden angers, their deep, uncomplicated griefs. For the Dwemer staff, whose minds were accustomed to the gentle, reasoned flow of the collective network, this emotional cacophony was a daily assault. It was like trying to meditate in the middle of a thunderstorm. They found the Nords' reliance on intuition and gut feeling to be bewildering, even reckless. Conversely, the Nords often saw the Dwemer's methodical, deliberate pace as cold and unfeeling. A disagreement over a trade agreement wasn't just a negotiation of terms. It was a clash of fundamental worldviews. The embassy was a pressure cooker, and Terran felt the strain more than anyone. He was the vital conduit, the shock absorber between these two powerful cultures. Terran's leadership was tested daily, forcing him to make a continuous series of delicate judgments. He constantly mediated between the eager expansionists back home, who wanted to share ever more advanced technology in a flood of goodwill, and the cautious preservationists who warned that every schematic given away was a potential weapon turned against them in the future. His most challenging decisions often involved what not to share. When a progressive faction in the conclave suggested demonstrating a small-scale tonal resonator that could calm aggressive beasts, Terran vetoed it. He understood that such a device, while peaceful in intent, could be perceived by the Nords as a form of mind control, a violation of their fierce belief in personal freedom and the wild spirit of animals. He had to balance the desire for open exchange with the solemn responsibility of protecting the core, sacred principles of the Clockwork faith from being misunderstood, corrupted, or diluted by a culture that operated on a completely different set of values. He was walking a razor's edge, trying to build trust without sacrificing the essence of who his people were. The stakes of this delicate balancing act were nothing less than the future role of the Dwemer on the world stage. The Embassy of Gears was a prototype, a single point of light in the vast darkness of the unknown. Its success would prove that their fractal faith was resilient enough not just to survive contact with the outside world, but to be enriched by it. It would pave the way for more embassies, for a future where the Dwemer could be active participants in the tapestry of Tamriel, sharing their wisdom and learning from others, all while maintaining their unique identity. But its failure would be catastrophic. A single misstep, a technological gift misused, a cultural offense that sparked violence, or worse, a Dwemer driven mad by the psychic chaos and lashing out, would confirm every fear the isolationists had ever voiced. The Conclave would recall Terran, seal the borders permanently, and the Dwemer would retreat into their solidified paradise, forever viewing the outside world as a confirmed threat, too dangerous to engage. The embassy was more than a building. It was the fulcrum on which an entire civilization's destiny would turn. As the seasons turned, the lessons learned from this fragile coexistence began to seep back into the Dwemer collective consciousness, carried along the psychic threads that connected Terran and his staff to their homeland. The constant exposure to the Nords' vibrant, unpredictable spirit did not break their faith. Instead, it acted like a subtle polishing grit, wearing away rigid assumptions and revealing new facets of their own beliefs. The Dwemer began to understand that their Clockwork faith, for all its brilliance, had been a system designed for a closed environment. It had mastered internal harmony, but it had no language for dealing with the beautiful, disruptive randomness of a sunbeam breaking through clouds, or the heartfelt, illogical passion of a Nord skaldic verse. This interaction forced a profound and necessary introspection. They started to question whether true strength lay in creating a perfect, static order, or in developing the resilience to find harmony within a dynamic, ever-changing world. The very definition of their faith was being rewritten not in the silent halls of the conclave, but in the lively, challenging, and unpredictable space of the Embassy of Gears. The subtle, persistent hum of the Embassy of Gears did more than just facilitate translation. It began to act as a tuning fork for the entire Dwemer civilization, its vibrations traveling back along the psychic threads that connected Terran and his staff to the collective mind deep beneath the mountain. For generations, their Clockwork faith had been a symphony played in a perfectly insulated concert hall, each note precise, every harmony calculated. Now, a new sound was filtering in from the world outside the unpredictable rhythm of a Nord's heartbeat during a toast, the chaotic melody of a child's laughter, the raw, untempered grief of a mourning mother. These were not mere data points to be analyzed. They were experiences that defied mathematical modeling. The Dwemer collective consciousness, so adept at processing complex information, found itself grappling with something entirely new: emotion. This was not the shared, harmonized sentiment of their own network, but the wild, individual, often contradictory passions of mortal life. And slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, their faith began to absorb these qualities. This absorption led to a profound and necessary evolution. The fractal network, once a structure of crystalline logic, developed a new capacity for ambiguity. Where before a problem had a single, optimal solution that would be universally accepted, now multiple, equally valid perspectives could coexist within the collective mind without causing disruptive interference. A debate over a philosophical point was no longer about finding the one truth, but about appreciating the tapestry of understanding that emerged from several different viewpoints. Their faith became softer, not in the sense of being weaker, but more like a supple leather glove compared to a rigid brass gauntlet. It could flex and adapt to accommodate the messy, organic growth that defined the races of the surface, all while maintaining the core structural integrity of their shared purpose. They learned to appreciate the beauty in a story that had no moral, in a song that ended on a dissonant chord, in a friendship that was built not on logical compatibility, but on shared, inexplicable affection. This was the true gift of the embassy, not technology, but temperament. Of course, such a fundamental shift could not occur without resistance. Back in the cavernous halls of the conclave, a faction of purists watched this evolution with mounting horror. Led by a stern archivist named Barakan, they saw the changes not as growth, but as a dangerous corruption. To them, the perfect, brass ideals of their ancestors were being tarnished by the rust of mortal sentimentality. We are becoming contaminated, Barakan would argue, his resonant voice echoing through the chamber. This softness is a flaw. Our strength was born from reason, from order. Now we are asked to value a tear over a theorem, an impulsive act over a calculated plan. This embassy is not a bridge. It is a breach in our defenses, through which the very chaos we walled ourselves against is now pouring in. We must seal it shut, retreat to our isolation, and purify our resonance before this emotional static becomes a permanent distortion in our harmonic field. Their argument was a powerful one, appealing to a deep-seated fear of losing the unique, perfected identity they had sacrificed so much to build. The debate culminated in a vote that was far more than a simple policy decision. It was a referendum on the soul of their civilization, a final judgment on the path they had walked since the moment Cagrinac first activated the heart of Lorkin. Had that entire journey, through the great weaving, the synthesis, and the solidification, been leading to this point of open engagement? Or had it all been a mistake, a deviation from a pure destiny of self-contained perfection? The entire city fell into a tense silence, the usual hum of activity stilled as every citizen turned their attention inward, preparing to cast their vote through the collective network. In this moment of supreme decision, Terran, who had become a respected leader not through age or title, but through the wisdom earned on the front lines of coexistence, stood to address the conclave. His resonance within the network was calm and steady, yet it carried the unmistakable weight of lived experience. Barakan speaks of purity and perfection. Terran began, his tone not confrontational, but deeply thoughtful. He fears that by changing, we are betraying our founders. But I ask you, what did Kagranac's first activation do, if not change us? What was the great weaving, if not a conscious decision to evolve beyond a fragile unity? A faith that cannot evolve is not a faith at all. It is a prison. It is a beautiful, intricate clock that can only ever tell one time. True strength does not lie in rigid, unchanging perfection. It lies in adaptive resilience, the ability to be struck by the hammer of the unknown and not shatter, but to ring out a new, more complex harmony. Closing the embassy would not be a return to our true selves. It would be an admission of fear. It would be saying that our faith is too brittle to withstand the touch of the world. I believe our faith is stronger than that. I believe we are stronger than that. The vote that followed was not a landslide, but it was decisive. The choice for adaptive resilience, for a future of engagement and growth, carried the day. The embassy of gears would remain open. This decision did more than just continue a diplomatic mission. It cemented a new, evolutionary path for the Dwemer people. It was an official declaration that their destiny was not to be a static wonder hidden from the world, but a living, changing part of it. Emboldened by this resolution, they began to cautiously extend their reach, establishing similar, small outposts near the territories of other races, the High Elves of Somerset, the dark-skinned Red Guards of Hammerfell, even the enigmatic Argonians of Blackmarsh. Each new contact presented its own unique challenges and lessons, further enriching and complexifying the Dwemer collective mind. They were no longer just the people of the Clockwork faith. They were becoming the people who had learned how to make their clock tick in time with the unpredictable heartbeat of the entire world. And so, the Dwemer did not vanish into the pages of history as a forgotten enigma. Instead, over the centuries that unfurled like the intricate scrollwork on their own creations, they wove themselves into the very fabric of Tamriel, becoming a unique and enduring thread in its grand tapestry. They were no longer the reclusive gods of rumor or the vanished mystery of ancient ruins. To the other races, they became known simply as the people of the Clockwork faith, a civilization revered not for conquest, but for their profound contributions to art, science, and philosophy. Their embassies, scattered like carefully placed gears across the continents, became centers of learning and wonder. A high elf mage might travel for months to consult with Dwemer philosophers on the nature of tonal architecture, while a Redguard sword singer could be found exchanging principles of discipline and focus with a gear warden, finding a strange kinship in their different paths to mastery. The Dwemer shared schematics for self-purifying water systems that revolutionized agriculture in arid regions, and their understanding of geology helped surface cities avoid catastrophic cave-ins. They became the quiet, brilliant engineers of progress, their influence felt in the background of everyday life, a testament to a belief system that found its highest expression in improving existence for all. Their solidified homeland, meanwhile, became the wonder of the world many had suspected it to be. It was not a forbidden city, but a destination for the most determined and enlightened pilgrims of other races. With careful invitation and preparation, a visitor could pass through the shimmering harmonic boundary and experience for a short time, the profound peace of the collective mind. To stand in the Cathedral of Gears was to feel a sense of belonging so absolute it bordered on the divine. The air itself seemed to think, and the gentle, shifting patterns of light were the visible thoughts of a million minds working in serene concert. Artists would weep at the beauty, and philosophers would achieve breakthroughs that had eluded them for decades. Yet, this experience came with a price. No outsider, no matter how strong-willed, could endure it for long. The constant, gentle pressure of the shared consciousness, the loss of the private, noisy sanctuary of one's own mind, eventually became overwhelming. Visitors would depart not with envy, but with a newfound appreciation for their own individuality, carrying with them a haunting memory of a beautiful, impossible peace, a paradise that was, for them, ultimately uninhabitable. The Dwemer lands stood as a permanent, gentle reminder that there were many ways to be, and that perfection itself could take forms beyond a single race's comprehension. This very success, however, gave rise to their greatest and most enduring challenge. How does a culture built on a foundation of perfect, internal harmony maintain its identity, while constantly engaging with a world defined by change, conflict, and chaos? The threat was no longer a Daedric invasion or an internal schism, but something far more insidious, the slow, gentle erosion of assimilation. Each generation of Dwemer leaders, from the successors of Terran onward, faced the same delicate balancing act. They had to constantly reaffirm their commitment to the core principles of the Clockwork, faith, the fractal network, the sacred bond to the physical world, the value of collaborative reason, while simultaneously remaining open enough to embrace the new ideas and perspectives that interaction brought. A new leader might have to decide whether to incorporate a fascinating, chaotic surface, world art form into their own culture, risking a dilution of their aesthetic purity. Another might debate sharing a more advanced technology, weighing the potential for misuse against the benefit it could bring. It was a perpetual dance on a knife's edge, requiring a vigilance that never ceased. The fear was not that they would be conquered, but that they would be diluted, that the brilliant, precise chord of their civilization would slowly absorb so many external notes that it would become a dissonant noise, losing the very essence that made it unique. The stakes of this eternal balancing act were the highest imaginable, the preservation of their unique consciousness against the relentless entropy of time and the sweet, subtle allure of becoming just like everyone else. To retreat entirely into isolation would be a betrayal of all the progress since the first outward gaze, a surrender to fear that would condemn them to the very stagnation Cagrinac had warned against. But to embrace the outside world too fully was to risk the death of their identity by 1,000 tiny cuts, a gradual fading away into the multicultural soup of Tamriel. Their struggle was the struggle of any unique culture in a connected world, magnified to a cosmic scale by the profound nature of their shared mind. Their legacy would be determined not by a single, dramatic battle, but by the countless small decisions made by every generation, a continuous reaffirmation of who they were and what they believed. And as the ages turned, the specific stories of Kagrenac's first decision, Yagram's pragmatic courage, and Terran's boundless curiosity began to soften at the edges, their sharp historical details worn smooth by the passage of countless years. The tale of their clockwork faith, once a living, breathing history, slowly transformed into a legend, then a myth, its true origins becoming shrouded in the beautiful, hazy mists of time, ready for the next great challenge to emerge from the shadows of a world they had helped to shape. The peace of the Dwemer's solidified realm was a deep and profound thing, a harmony so ingrained it felt as eternal as the mountains themselves. For generations, their engagement with the outside world had been a story of cautious diplomacy and cultural exchange, a gentle hum against the backdrop of Tamriel's turbulent history. But the cosmos holds forces for which diplomacy is a meaningless concept. The threat did not arrive with the marching of armies or the siege of cities. It began as a subtle wrongness in the air, a faint, greasy sensation at the edge of perception that the Dwemer's sensitive harmonic sensors registered long before any surface dweller felt a thing. It was a tear in the fabric of oblivion itself, a rift through which the influence of a Daedric prince, likely Merunes Dagon, the embodiment of destructive change, began to seep into the mortal plane. This was not an invasion to conquer land, but an assault on reality's fundamental rules, seeking to unravel the very laws of physics and logic that held Nirn together. As the skies above distant lands began to warp with unnatural colors, and the ground trembled with a rhythm that promised only annihilation, the leaders of the surface races prepared for a war of magic and steel. They expected the Dwemer, with their unimaginable technology, to unleash weapons of terrible power. But when the conclave gathered in the heart chamber, the decision was not one of warfare. To fight the Daedra with force would be to accept their terms, to engage in a battle of destruction where the Prince of Change held all the advantages. Instead, they looked to the very core of their being, to the clockwork faith that had been tempered by every crisis, from the first resonance to the great solidification. They realized their purpose was not to destroy the invader, but to reinforce the invaded. Their weapon would not be a spell or a sword, but a state of being. They would project their stabilized, fractal resonance across Tamriel, not as an attack, but as a shield. They would create a zone of absolute logical consistency, a bubble of reality so potent, so unyielding in its adherence to the laws of cause and effect, that the chaotic, inherently paradoxical nature of the Daedric forces would simply be unable to exist within it. The act of projecting this field was the ultimate expression of their faith and the most terrifying sacrifice they had ever been asked to make. It required every single Dwemer, from the eldest philosopher to the youngest child, just learning to harmonize, to willingly lower every personal psychic defense. They had to open their minds completely, becoming pure, unresisting conduits for the collective belief of their entire race. This was not the gentle connection of the refracted sight, where individuality was woven into a tapestry. This was the utter sublimation of the self into the whole. The strain was immediate and agonizing. Individual memories, personal loves, private fears, all the unique textures that made a life, felt as if they were being stretched thin on a cosmic loom, threatening to snap and be lost forever in the overwhelming chorus of the collective will. The fear was not of death, but of dissolution, of ceasing to be an I and becoming only a we, permanently and irreversibly. Yet, not a single voice of refusal was raised. Across the vast network, from the bustling embassy of gears to the deepest archival vaults, the Dwemer made the choice as one. They surrendered their individuality, not out of coercion, but for a purpose greater than any single life, to become an anchor for all of life. As the collective will of the Dwemer focused, a visible change began to spread from their mountainous borders. It was not a wave of light or energy, but a wave of a reality. Where it passed, the warping skies calmed, returning to their natural blue. The unnatural tremors in the ground ceased, replaced by the steady, reliable pull of gravity. The air, which had tasted of ozone and madness, became clean and sharp. Within this expanding bubble of stabilized existence, the Daedric forces simply winked out of being. A Dremora, poised to strike down a fleeing family, would not be vanquished by a bolt of lightning, but would instead unravel like a poorly constructed equation, its form dissolving into nothingness because the local reality no longer supported the paradoxical logic of its existence. The Dwemer faith was not fighting the Daedra, it was making the ground beneath their feet philosophically untenable. The bubble spread, a sanctuary of reason against the encroaching chaos, protecting not only their own lands, but stretching out to shelter vast swaths of Tamriel. The effort, however, pushed them to the absolute brink. The fractal network, a masterpiece of interconnected consciousness, groaned under the strain of maintaining such a vast and potent field against the relentless pressure of oblivion. In the heart chamber, the scrying crystals monitoring the collective mind showed alarming fluctuations. The beautiful, complex waveform of their resonance began to simplify, the individual variations that gave it strength being sanded away by the immense effort of maintaining a single, unified purpose. It was a slow, psychic homogenization, the fear that had haunted them since the first days of the Great Weaving, the loss of self into the collective, was becoming a reality in real time. For a terrifying moment, as the Daedric assault reached its peak, it seemed the network would collapse inward, the individual minds dissolving like sugar in water, leaving behind a silent, unified, but empty hive mind. But in that final, critical moment, something miraculous happened. The teachings of their entire history came to the fore. They remembered Yagram's sacrifice, the pain of integration that had led to a stronger whole. They felt the echo of Kagrenac's final choice, the will to become a foundation rather than a king, and they recalled the lesson learned from the Dark Heart, that true strength is not the absence of individuality, but its harmonious integration. Instead of fighting the strain, they embraced it. They did not try to cling to their dissolving selves, but instead focused on the shared purpose, the anchor they were becoming for Nirn. They found a way to hold the line, not as a million individuals struggling to remain separate, but as a single, conscious entity with a million points of awareness. They held fast. Their collective belief, forged in brass and tempered by centuries of wisdom, did not break. It held the line. The bubble of reality stabilized, pushing back the last vestiges of the Daedric incursion, and sealing the rift with a final, resonant chime that echoed through the spiritual fabric of the world. When the threat passed, and the Dwemer could finally lower their collective effort, they did not find themselves as a mindless hive. They returned to their individual selves, scarred and exhausted, but intact. The experience had changed them, leaving a permanent, deeper layer of understanding in their shared consciousness, a visceral memory of the day. Their clockwork faith proved it could do more than shape minds. It could shape the very fabric of the world, and in doing so, had saved all of creation. And so, the Dwemer endure. They do not haunt the world as a vanished enigma, a cautionary tale of hubris, but exist as a quiet, enduring force woven into the very substance of Nirn. Their mountain cities are not silent tombs, but vibrant hearts, humming with a peaceful, purposeful resonance, felt more than heard, a constant, gentle reminder that another way of being is possible. The great embassy of Gears remains open, its doors a testament to a hard-won wisdom, welcoming any traveler, scholar, or seeker with a genuine heart, offering not domination, but dialogue, a place where the song of brass can learn from the rhythm of the wild. The epic tale itself, of Kagrenac's momentous decision before the glowing rune, of Yagram's pragmatic courage in the deep darkness, of Terran's insatiable curiosity that reached for the sky, this is no longer just a historical record. It has been refined by time into a living myth, a story told to young Dwemer not merely to recount the past, but to explain the very nature of their soul. It is a narrative that illustrates how a profound belief in order, balance, and community, given physical form in spinning gears and polished brass, could shape an entire people. But the true lesson of the myth is in its final chapter. It reveals that their greatest achievement was not in achieving a perfect, static harmony, but in understanding that perfection itself is a continuous, evolving process. They learned that a fortress, no matter how strong, becomes a prison if its gates never open. The Clockwork faith, born from a desperate desire for unity against the threat of chaos, ultimately discovered its most profound strength, not in isolation, but in a courageous embrace of the external, the other, and the beautiful, terrifying unknown. It is a legacy that whispers a simple, powerful truth to all who hear it, that true resilience is found not in building walls to keep the world out, but in building a foundation so strong that you can confidently open the doors and welcome the world in. Their story is a testament to the idea that the most intricate and beautiful mechanisms are those that can learn, adapt, and grow, forever ticking in time with the infinite